Good morning. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am, thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you. Then I will go ahead and get started with introductions this morning. Good morning. It's October 23rd, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Mr. Wooldridge, no, we have Ms. Mullen today. This is a mistake. Ms. Mullen of the AHO will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness, please ask Ms. Mullen directly to go ahead and advance to the next slide when you're ready. And if you are cross-examining, you may address Ms. Mullen directly to pull up a particular exhibit. We will take breaks today. A reminder, I indicated the last time we were together that because of an appointment I have, we will be taking our lunch break from 11:15 to 12:30. So that's a little different than our normal. So we will be breaking at that point wherever we are. And of course, we will have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. I think we have a couple of procedural matters to address this morning. One, I made that reminder about the lunch break. Second, we are planning, and I'm going to hear from you, but planning to have the State Water Board's team with knowledge of model runs join us on the morning of Monday, October 27th, so that we can have a conversation about the AHO's request for additional model runs. It's my intent to circulate an agenda, most likely tomorrow morning, just a 30,000-foot view, but just to give everyone an idea of what I understand we're going to talk about. It would certainly include, I think there were, generally speaking, 3 questions from DWR, and we could go over those. I also wanted to indicate that I anticipate that the discussion about the climate-related model runs will be brief, because I think that based on my review of the response I received from DWR and with discussions with our technical team here, and the understanding, which I think we were not previously aware of fully, that the 95th percentile LOC was one of the runs, the 2043 95th percentile LOC was one of the runs that was included in DWR's production of October 9th, if I have that date right. So it looks to me like we very likely have what we were looking for, if not an exact description in relative substance in terms of the climate model run. So I am looking at most likely narrowing the request and really focusing on the increments of delta outflow. If there are procedural issues, we can discuss on that. And then I know we have outstanding this discussion of when to bring back in the individuals who testified during our site visit. I had asked folks to look at the week of December 9th, and if there is any update on that, we can talk about it, or if there's anything else. So I will start with those items outstanding and look to the room. If we can please elevate Mr. Sanlubert B. Good morning.
Good morning, Officer Kenzie. I just wanted to share out some availabilities that we heard back regarding some of the site visit speakers. Specifically for Mr. Fern, Mr. Fern is available on December 9th, 10th, and 11th. And if absolutely necessary, could do December 5th, but I think that's not ideal for him. Ms. Berrigan-Perea is available on December 5th, 9th, and 10th. Mr. Jagone is available on the 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, or 11th. And I think the same goes for Dr. Sarmento. Although I think Dr. Sarmento wanted just to confirm that DWR would have questions for him, given having gone through cross-examination of him the other day. So
Right. So it sounds, I'm sorry, for Mr. Gigone and Dr. Sarmento, did you say the 5th, 9th, and 11th?
for Mr. Jagone and Dr. Sarmento, I think they can make any of the dates work, which I believe was the 4th, 5th, 9th, 10th, or 11th.
Thank you. So it looks like the common denominator, at least amongst the witnesses you listed here, are the 9th and 10th.
That is my understanding as well, Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. Ms. Morris, please.
Thank you. I actually just wanted to clarify about the modeling discussion, and I have one brief question about the witnesses who also were not on the list. There was one Zuckerman. I think there was a second. I understood it to be the first Zuckerman was Mr. Tom Zuckerman, and then I think his son also spoke, and then I believe it was Jeff Klein. And who is providing the availability for those witnesses?
That's a good question. So let's hold that outstanding. I will look
Okay.
to the room.
And then
Mr. Zuckerman and Mr. Zuckerman, both of them, Zuckermans, Mr. Zuckermans. I'm not sure actually grammatically how that works. And then Mr. Klein.
it's too early in the morning for me to do grammar, so I'll change to modeling, a simpler subject,
Please.
on that letter. Our understanding was the point of the conversation was, and why I need to be on the record, was our modelers need information from SACWAM, and it requires a discussion with the state water board modelers. As to the other questions that we had, we thought that those were really covered by the letter. We weren't planning on getting into those discussions. Really, I thought really we were just trying to facilitate so that we could begin those model runs if necessary, to get the information about SACWAM, because our understanding is that once we get that information, it takes, quite a bit of time. So we can't even start to run those models until that information is provided, and we're not sure how long that will take. So we thought that it would be a very technical discussion just about the modelers, about what information is needed in order to accomplish that run and when it could be provided.
Good. That makes sense to me. Because the other questions, which I think were fairly straightforward, we can just answer in writing almost immediately.
Great.
I'm going to get it. If I tried to do it right now, I'm going to get it wrong. So I'd like to make sure the technical team looks at. But yes, I think that's right. And then another piece to add to that, and I should have mentioned this earlier, was talking about the way the request is structured. It has this 5% increments or possibly 10% if they if interpolation is appropriate. I don't think that we'd have an answer from the technical team on Monday, but just talking about timing, whether it makes sense to, I don't know if we need to have a discussion on that issue as to the acceptability of what comes in if DWR was looking to do 10% increments or something like that. So that's another point that I don't know if it merits discussion at this point or not. So
my understanding of that issue is that we would run the 10% and then we would look at it to see if the modelers could say, yes, this is linear, we don't need to do 5%, and that would be a question I don't think that we would be able to answer until such point as we have the information and can run the model. That's my understanding, subject to be clarified by technical people.
that makes sense to me, and that would be my non-technical understanding as well as an appropriate approach. Thank you for that clarification. I will look, I see we have Mr. Busher's hand up, so if we can please elevate Mr. Busher, and we can go ahead and elevate Mr. Reese as well. Good morning, Mr. Busher.
Good morning, Eric Busher for Baykeeper. I'll actually let Mr. Reese go first. I think
Okay.
his comment is probably more squarely appropriate for the exchange that just occurred, although I have thoughts on it as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reese.
Good morning. With regard to the site visit witnesses, the Zuckermans and Jeff Klein, I wasn't on the site visit, but I can coordinate and get in terms of availability for dates for those three folks.
Thank you. That would be great. And we're looking at now it looks like we're focusing in on the 9th and 10th, if at all possible.
Okay. And then additionally, with regard to the modeling work, whatever we're calling this, Mr. Burke is not available on the 27th. He won't be back or available until November 6th after today. So that's a problem for us. So just wanted to register that that objection to going forward on the 27th. I also don't really fully understand what the agenda you've mentioned, I guess, would help in terms of how this is going to play out. I don't know if folks would actually parties would be asking questions as part of the process, but I would need, or the SCWA parties would need Mr. Burke for that. So if we were going to go forward, I would think it would be appropriate to have the ability to submit some questions maybe in writing after the process. I don't know that I'm going to be, I would be qualified to ask the appropriate or necessary questions of these modelers on the 27th without Mr. Burke.
Understood. And I think the conversation will be fairly, this is again, lawyers talking about what technical folks might talk about. I plan to go forward with the 27th so that the conversation can occur. I think it will be pretty narrow and technical and won't raise these types of questions. But if it does, you have appropriately reserved the opportunity to bring it up again, and we will address those. Whether it requires submitting questions in writing, whether it requires having a follow-up discussion about the way the modeling is being conducted, we can do that. But I just want to get us moving, get DWR on the right track to start working on these model runs. So
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Busher, do you want to, Ms. Meserve has a hand now. Should I go to Ms. Meserve? Okay.
I'm happy to wait.
If we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. Thank you. With respect to the site visit, let's see. We had been asked to identify those additional names. Morgan from Restore the Delta gave me the names and I passed those on to Ms. Morris. I guess I wasn't there, but I wasn't aware that the RTD staff wasn't aware that Mr. Zuckerman's son had also spoken. I guess I'm just asking, like, let's limit this cross-examination to what's really necessary and keep what I would call harassment of people who opened up their land and spaces in order for the hearing team to be able to understand the impacts of this project to a minimum. I don't think that it's necessary to haul all these people in just because they were standing around and trying to help people understand what's going on here. So I feel a little bit concerned about, saying, oh, these people need to be subject to cross-examination just because they were willing to participate in a site visit, which was actually a voluntary effort on their part, which was for the benefit of this hearing, so I'm a little concerned about that. And I would ask that, DWR and everyone really consider what the necessity is for some kind of cross-examine of a witness who maybe was just pointing out, locations on a ranch or something like that. Again, I wasn't there, so but that's my request.
Well, and let me respond to that first. I know, Ms. Morris, you want to jump in, but let me respond. I wish you had been there. I think Mr. Zuckerman's testimony, very much appreciated, and I know this issue is extremely important to those landowners who are involved. The testimony did range afield from simply pointing out items. One of the things I had considered, and I maybe ought to have raised it before now, was whether the protestants would consider submitting agree that the testimony provided would be considered as policy statement rather than having evidentiary value. And that is a way that we possibly could cut through a lot of this. I very much appreciate the opportunity to be there, to look at the property, to be invited. I don't want to subject anyone to unnecessary scrutiny who didn't intend to put themselves in that position. So maybe I can suggest here, and Ms. Morris, I want to hear from you as well, a conversation about whether, and I realize we don't have the video yet, and you weren't there, so you don't know exactly what was said, but whether it would be appropriate to submit that as policy statement, the statements that were made, especially pieces of it that were not, pointing out particular items on the landscape and that physical features. And that may be a way to move through this and have some, I think a lot of what was brought up was in fact in the nature of policy statement and might be appropriate for that. So that's something.
Yeah, that's an excellent option potentially. And then my question also was just this difference I was hearing about whether both Zuckermans had actually spoken or presented information, because I was hearing from RTD that it was the Tom Zuckerman only was what I understood.
And I'm trying to recall, I believe Mr. Zuckerman Sr., Tom, I believe, spoke the most. I believe his son may have responded to a question that was asked very briefly, but I'm trying to remember at this point, but that's my recollection. Once again.
And maybe we can revisit it when the tape is there, but yeah, I'm just trying to, make it. And I'm thinking ahead to the North Delta visit as well, where I have asked landowners and their lessees to open the lands and be available for this tour. And I'm trying not to make it punitive.
Right. I think that's shared. Ms. Morris, to you.
Thank you. At that visit, in that particular stop, there was accusations or maybe presentation that there were impacts by, I believe, all three, and I do want to check the record and the video, but for sure by Mr. Klein and Mr. Zuckerman Sr. And it would need to be, I need to check with my client, first of all, but there would need to be some kind of stipulation that the hearing officer can rely on pointing out of the locations, but there was also, I think, potentially some factual misstatements about what was going on pieces of property. And so, like, for example, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Hernandez was, in essence, from Contra Costa at Bethany, was providing information that was coming from the CER. And we had said that we don't intend to cross-examine him. But this was evidentiary in nature, and without being able to cross-examine on it, it could be relied upon by the hearing officer and the board. And, it is not punitive, but it is giving us an opportunity to challenge their understanding of the project, what they've looked at to make those statements, which were really in the nature of expert opinions, quite frankly.
And this may be something I think worth a conversation. Once again, I realize I will see if we can get this particular video as soon as possible. I will transmit that request, but it sounds like maybe there can be a conversation here about whether portions could be treated as policy statements, whether certain portions are appropriate, whether there is a disagreement about whether certain portions should be brought in as testimony that could be relied upon as evidence, and then that would be a basis for cross-examination. But possibly, if that's true, we can narrow the scope of cross-exam. So I would ask for you to meet and confer. I realize that video needs to be available, so I will work on that. Mr. Reese, I didn't mean to, I wanted to turn to you as well.
Mr. Busher?
Well, I didn't, you came off mute, so I didn't know if you had something to say. I was
I don't think I ever went back on.
Okay.
I wanted to, beyond the site visit, the other thing I was going to mention is the hearing officer's eighth amended notice of public hearing from yesterday did mention the DWR's objection to the request for additional modeling. It did not, however, mention the objection that was lodged by Mr. Ruiz and Ms. Tabor and me regarding the request, and that was dated October 20th. So we just wanted to point out that it would be helpful to the record, probably for the hearing officer to, at some point, respond to that objection.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize for not mentioning it. I'm aware of it. I have read it. I intend to respond to it. Frankly, that was a last minute addition to acknowledge that we have this deadline that may or may not, we're pending this modeling discussion. So I apologize for not explicitly referencing that we received that objection. We certainly have, and it's on my well on my radar as an issue that also needs to be considered and responded to. Thank you for that. Mr. Busher, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, absolutely. One question I had with respect to the site visit, and maybe this would also be a way to limit the cross-examination beyond just the scope, is whether there was an opportunity to object to testimony that was provided by witnesses at the site visit, and if there was a deadline for those objections. I know there were evidentiary objection deadlines in the 8th Amendment notice that we got yesterday, but there wasn't anything about the site visit. And I understand that we may not have all the video until November 20th or so, so that may be quite a ways off that we would need to object to that. But that may be the other way to avoid some of this, if there are, object to that as evidence and just hear it as a policy statement. But if the hearing team had thoughts about when that should occur, we would appreciate knowing.
My understanding, and now I believe it's in the site visit notice, although I'd have to go back and look, is that there was a time period, which may have been 48 hours, to ask to cross-examine witnesses who appeared. So it wasn't explicitly an objection deadline. But maybe the way to do this, it seems like what needs to happen is we hear the testimony during the site visit, and I appreciate everyone's civility and restraint in getting through the site visit, because we were on a schedule and we had all these logistics. And now it is true we have to deal with these kind of on the back end. But it seems like a meet and confer on any of these disputes, and a discussion among the parties may resolve a lot of it. And then if there are remaining objections, I mean, I could set a deadline in advance, I suppose, but I'm not sure. Let me think about that. Ms. Morris, do you have a thought?
Well, my understanding was that you were going to set an additional deadline for objections after the cross-examination. So
Right.
because we may not object to the testimony until after the cross-examination based on several things that could come out in the cross-examination. I would just like to say that we were under the understanding that the information, and we strictly told our people who were speaking that it was supposed to be not opinion testimony, but pointing out factual things. And we were hoping to not have this situation arise where we needed to cross-exam. But for example, new data was provided on the first day of the tour, and then that information was requested, and we've never seen that information from DTEC witnesses. And there's a lot of questions about how it's relevant and how it was collected. And so that to me is not factual information, or pointing out things that, and that was our understanding. And so, I mean, trying now to say, well, this is going to be policy statement, which there's been ample opportunity for policy statement where any of these folks could have, presented policy statements or made them or put them in writing. It does seem like giving lots of extra opportunity for this kind of information to come in. And really, again, our understanding was this was intended to be factual, and the notice very clearly says that anyone who speaks is subject to cross-examination, and that was something that was important to the department, and I think to the hearing team, to ensure fairness and equity.
Noted. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Mr. Busher.
Hearing officer, yeah, I'm fine with meeting and conferring with DWR. I mean, Baykeeper had a representative at both of those days, but having the video and being able to look at it afresh, as opposed to trying to rely on memories and notes taken in the field, would be helpful in terms of identifying any additional cross-examination or objections or anything else that may be appropriate. So we're happy to meet and confer as parties on those issues. Although I think doing that once the video is posted would be probably the best or most efficient way forward.
Right. I agree. So I will work
Okay.
on that. So
the other issue I wanted to raise deals with the objection and response deadlines in the 8th amended notice. The deadlines for DWR to provide objections and then for the protesting parties to respond to those are, I think it was November 17th and December 1st, respectively. Maybe December. Yeah, December 1st. I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage here because I don't know what DWR's objections are going to look like. But from the protesting party's point of view, right, we had 70 odd witnesses, probably close to 1,000 exhibits, 20 plus days of testimony, and we're given 2 weeks, one of which is the week of Thanksgiving, to respond to any objections that DWR makes. And lots of us had made alternative plans to be traveling or with family and ideally not working that week of Thanksgiving and through that weekend. And so we were hoping we could have until December 15th instead of December 1st to respond to any objections that DWR makes on the 17th when those are due, just to make sure that there's sufficient time for us to go through what hopefully is a short list, but maybe a very long list of objections. And especially for some of the parties with multiple witnesses or that, the firms that represented multiple parties with multiple witnesses, trying to cram that into 1 week and then the week of Thanksgiving is, in our view, fairly limiting and an unreasonable approach. And we think just two additional weeks to be able to respond to that would be sufficient time to make sure that the protesting side has enough time to respond to all of those. And maybe it will just be a handful of objections and it won't matter that much, but I want to make sure that everybody has sufficient time so that we're not prejudiced in being able to respond to objections that DWR makes.
So understood, Mr. Busher. Here you can help me with this. This is the scheduling task when I look at it. So this is how it goes. I look at this, say, okay, December 15th. Well, that gives me, I don't know, I think I need at least a week to respond. That means DWR won't have the responses to their objections before they file the rebuttal evidence, which maybe doesn't matter. I'm not sure, but I think you personally raised that issue as a potential problem. And then you also asked for 60 days to review the rebuttal evidence from DWR before we start the hearing. Are you proposing that we push everything back? Well, how does this work?
So I guess first I would say, right, we're back to this same chicken and egg discussion that we've been having throughout this process, that the fact that there are dates set that may be premature does not mean that those dates can't move just because earlier dates need to be adjusted, right? And so, I know there's a hearing notice now that has rebuttal deadlines. Those are quite a ways off. If those need to move 2 weeks, those need to move 2 weeks. I'm much more concerned with getting the procedure correct than having it happen on a schedule that has been set or has not been set for these things. Number two, I'll let Ms. Morris speak to that. I mean, I recognize that there is a need to have responses to evidentiary objections, to know what is in the records, to know then what you have to respond to. I think we're still waiting on responses or rulings on the evidentiary objections that were made to some of DWR's witnesses. I don't recall seeing those. So, I mean, all of that has to get done, and I recognize that. And, we do want sufficient time to be able to review rebuttal testimony before the cross-examination of those witnesses begin. But I think a lot of that is based on the fact that there appears to be a whole bunch of new information that is proposed to be presented as, quote, rebuttal testimony because DWR didn't present it the first time around. And so, right, this new modeling information, that's hard and technical and stuff that should have been in DWR's case in chief that was not, when we would have had 3 months to look at it before the cross-examination started. And so I don't really view that stuff as rebuttal. And I think that's the substance that's going to require the most time for, at least from my perspective and our partner's perspective on some of this modeling, and I'm probably okay, and I'll speak for myself only here, but if DWR's rebuttal with evidence comes in January, the first week of January, as opposed to the week before Christmas, like I'm not going to lose a lot of actual hours reviewing that information in that 2 week period. So if that needs to move back by 2 weeks, that moves back by 2 weeks. I'm most concerned if, we're going to get 14 new model runs, as Ms. Morris described it the other day, making sure there's enough time to review that. But I don't think that's rebuttal testimony. I think that should have been in the case in chief. As the public agencies pointed out in their objection from October 17th, 20th, something like that, earlier this week. And we join in that objection when we have some concerns about the scope of new information from DWR that should have been included in case in chief that DWR elected not to, and about the some concerns about the propriety of the state board, who is the decision maker here, explaining to DWR how to do its modeling, right? That's on the petitioner to figure out and to submit and to meet its burden. If they didn't do that, right, giving them a second bite at the apple doesn't seem appropriate, and coaching them through how to do that second bite at the apple doesn't seem appropriate. But it seems more appropriate that they just didn't meet their burden. That's their problem. They can go back to square one and figure it out. So I'm not as sympathetic, I guess, to the timing concerns with respect to information that should have been produced more than a year ago.
Noted. Ms. Morris.
Yeah, thank you. It feels like a couple of things. We could spend all day, and I have a lot of issues with what Mr. Busher just said, but I think that if people have objections to the notice and the dates that have gone out, they should be in writing where we have time to look at them and respond. I will say that DWR had to respond to all of the parties who raised objections to their testimony, and we had 2 weeks too. The objections were due on July 25th, and we got until August 8th. If Mr. Busher and the other protestants want to push, their review time so that they can have more time to look at it, and we're willing to stick with the December 22nd deadline. And I think one last point I'd like to make is that if people have objections to the modeling, those should be done again in writing. And DWR also objected to request number 1, and the reason that we have to ask for information from the state board is because that information lives in the state board's model, not in a model that DWR created. So just to summarize, so can we get a date upon which people can object to the notice and the timing, and then have a response date for the parties who want to respond to that, rather than taking up hearing time to discuss this when people don't have all the information in front of them?
I'm thinking, thank you, Ms. Morris. I'm not particularly inclined to open up. I mean, I understand the concern about Thanksgiving. That said, I don't. The intent of issuing the hearing notice was not to open up a blank slate discussion about whether or not the dates are appropriate. That said, if there are constructive input based on discussion among the parties, I certainly want to hear that. So, Mr. Busher, your concern about the period of time for protestants to respond to the evidentiary objections are noted. I'll take a look at that. My suggestion here is that, I mean, if there is a dispute about the procedure, that the parties meet and confer, and to the extent there remains outstanding disagreement, it's something to me about the procedure. And if you can come to an agreement and we can agree on different dates, that's great. I'm certainly open to that. But I'm looking at, I mean, we're in the hearing most of next week, which doesn't leave a lot of time for you all to meet and confer if we're here.
I think, Hearing Officer Kinsey, with respect to that December 1st deadline, I mean, I think what we would like you to take into account is the fact that there is a major holiday in the middle of it. So it really
Right.
isn't 2 weeks. And
Yes.
so if you could consider that, I mean, we could write a letter about it, or you could just consider that fact. We would appreciate it.
And that I can consider. That one seems reasonable, without reopening all of the other dates and deadlines in the rest of the notice. If there are issues about the other dates and deadlines in the rest of the notice, then I would ask that you all meet and confer and come back to me in writing. I would say I know this is a developing issue, right? You haven't seen the model runs the TWR is going to do, right? No matter what, if I set a deadline, there's always the possibility that there'll be some other objection after the fact. So I guess at this point, I'm hesitate to set a deadline because it won't be particularly meaningful. I don't think, until you see what DWR submits. Ms. Morris, you look like you're about to say something.
Yeah, we would agree to, I mean, it's roughly a 2-day holiday. We would agree to, right now, to a 2-day extension of the time to respond to DWR's objections. I mean, we also have a rebuttal deadline that's over Thanksgiving. I mean, we're attorneys, we all work. I know we hopefully get to take a day off here and then, but we would definitely agree right now to a 2-day extension. And I think Mr. Krieger would like to be elevated.
Yes, and I see Mr. Moore as well. So let's, can we please elevate Mr. Krieger and Mr. Moore, and I'll hear from both of you if it's on these issues. Otherwise, we can circle back. Mr. Krieger, welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. I just want to be clear about objections to the amended procedural ruling of yesterday. SWC has several of them, and do I understand correctly that that your preference is that we put those in writing and address them at some point next week? And I'm not talking about evidentiary objections. I'm talking about, for example, the deadline for State Water Contractors rebuttal case. We have several serious issues with that, and I don't know if now is the appropriate time to address them or if you'd prefer to see them in writing, and we can address next week. Either way is fine with me.
When would be an appropriate time to, I think I'd rather have them in writing and then everyone can see them. When would be an appropriate deadline from your perspective to put those in writing? I mean, can you do it?
I can do it by the end of the day tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. Let me, I think we're going to do it in writing. Let me circle back and see if there's anything. Mr. Moore, did you want to chime in on this issue?
Yeah, very quickly, the timing crunch related to the period to reply to evidentiary objections isn't simply about, although that's a significant matter too, it isn't only about the holidays and other plans. In addition to that, and as I think protestants noted in earlier correspondence, opening briefs are due in in the closely related validation action brought by DWR related to financing for the proposed Delta conveyance on December 5th. That is a major undertaking and an expedited schedule that DWR sought in the Superior Court, and is part of why some of us will have very little time in the period as it's now scheduled.
That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Sanluber B, please.
Yes, thank you. I don't want to take up too much time on this, but just wanted to very quickly add that on the deadline for responding to those objections, we also wanted to note that now that the day for the site visit Speakers Cross has shifted to December, that is also something that we will have to be working on at the same time. So just wanted to put that in there, and thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you. Here's what and thank you for this discussion. Here's what I propose. Please submit in writing any objections to the schedule by the end of the day on Friday. That's tomorrow, the 24th. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be a lot of words. An email is fine. Let's just have them in writing. That way we have hearing days in advance. If I want to follow up, we will have those scheduled and I can talk with you on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. What I would ask is that any responses to the objections to the schedule come in Tuesday, let's say midday, so that I can look at them Tuesday night. And if we need to have a conversation on Wednesday, we can do that. And then I can issue any amendments as appropriate to the schedule well in advance of those deadlines, and we all know what is going on. But the note of the holiday is I see that, and I know there are other issues here, and it's quite a puzzle to put this schedule together. So, written objections to the schedule, end of the day tomorrow, and that's midnight, but Tuesday midday, I'll say noon. For any responses to that, also in writing, please. Again, it can be very brief. Then I can take a look at it and we can see if we need to discuss anything on Wednesday, and we'll go forward from there. If we can please elevate Mr. Brodsky. And in the meantime, I'll look to the room. Is there anything else on procedure that we should discuss now? And Mr. Brodsky, good morning.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to ask in terms of the potential cross-examination dates of December 9th and 10th, that would apply to the site visit that has yet to occur that's coming on November 10th as well?
Correct.
And in order to not be subject to cross-examination in those dates, is it correct if there just nothing new is said, or is it just going to have to be on a case-by-case basis if Ms. Morris does request cross-examination?
It's a case-by-case basis, but my understanding of, I mean, if there's nothing new, that would be certainly something I would consider and
Okay.
would weigh heavily against requiring cross. But the biggest piece of this, I think, is limiting testimony to pointing out of physical features. You know, the reasons we're there with our eyes looking at whatever it is. I think that's the instructions are in the notice of site visit, and to try to avoid any new information, new evidence that has not already been, have availability for cross-examination.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sanlubert B, please.
Yes, thank you. Just on this site visit cross-examination point, I also just wanted to flag that although I can't speak with finality at this point, I think we just wanted to let you know that we may want to be cross-examining Dr. Priest. So just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Is there anything else we should address before we return to, I believe, Mr. Mell? I believe that's where we left off, was completing cross-examination of Mr. Mell, and then we will next turn to Mr. Brodsky's opening statement and witnesses. Mr. Busher, you look like you have something to say.
No, I was just going to say thank you for the opportunity to weigh in. I appreciate it.
And thank you.
I'm done for the day.
Mr. Brodsky.
You just roughly do have an anticipation of how much time is left with this witness?
Well, let me look directly to Ms. Morris. I have something written.
I think I said I have an hour.
I think you said 40 minutes to an hour
40,
is what I wrote
yeah.
down.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, great.
And then
Thank you very
whatever
much.
Cross or a redirect, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think it's fair to say we're not going to get to Mr. Brodsky's panel until after the break. 9:40, 10:40.
Correct. I think that's right, until after the lunch break. If we can please elevate, Mr. Brodsky, you're on mute if you were planning to.
Until after we come back from lunch?
Yes, because our lunch break today is 11:15 to 12:30. So
All right.
I think you can, and I can commit to that. You can tell your witnesses.
All right,
that-
we'll be ready at 12:30 then.
Thank you very much.
That's great. That makes it a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will look, we have Ms. Tabor. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, Kelly Tabor on behalf of Sacramento Area Sewer District. I did want to advise that Dr. Mell teaches a class and is not available after 11:30. So it sounds like we won't have any challenge meeting that timeline with the lunch break, but I wanted to make everyone aware of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I believe have we elevated Dr. Mell? No, we have not yet. To the hearing team, if you can please elevate Dr. Mell. Good morning, Dr. Mel.
Morning.
Welcome back. And do you recall the last time you were with us taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
I do.
And then with that, I will turn things over to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Mel. How are you?
Well, thanks for asking.
Good. I wanted to quickly reorient us and your testimony, SASD. Is it Miss Mullen today? I'm sorry.
It is Ms. Mullen. I mistakenly said Mr. Woldridge originally, but it's Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up SASD 004 and page 2, please? And if we could just scroll to the bullets. Where the middle page, perfect. So I'm gonna try to make this efficient, but if it doesn't work, we can break it down. But I understand your testimony to in essence say that DCP would impact Harvest Water's ability to meet its objective, and it's these 3 ways, which you have now, I believe, corrected to be A, B, and C. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say, Dr. Mel, that the only quantification of potential impacts that you've done to support your testimony is shown in Exhibit SASD-6C?
That's the methodology one. That's
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's the only quantification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Mel, how does the Harvest Water program aim to raise groundwater levels?
Yeah, so essentially it's by providing this recycled water in areas that are currently using other sources of water, right? Primarily, and the biggest benefit will be in areas that are using groundwater, and so that'll be in lieu recharge. So essentially replacing that groundwater pumping with a surface water supply. And so from that, as I talked about in my testimony, any type of irrigation is not perfectly efficient. And so some of that irrigated water will percolate down into the subsurface and help recharge the groundwater system.
Okay, thank you. If Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up what's been marked as SASD 18? And this, Dr. Mel, I will represent to you, and I believe you cited something similar. I'm not sure, you might have actually cited this, is the Prop 1 Water Storage Investment Program contract for administration of public ecosystem benefits for the Harvest Water Program. Have you seen this document? Are you familiar with it?
Again, I'm not sure if it's the same one, but I've seen the Cap B contract.
Okay. If we could go to PDF page 3 of this document. Ms. Mullen, please. Thank you. And then towards the very bottom to definition W. The groundwater benefit area, it says, are you familiar with where the groundwater benefit area is for the Harvest Water project?
There's, are we talking about the eco plan service area, or specifically there's areas of sort of existing wetland areas that are also identified. So I'm not sure which one are we talking about here.
I'm trying to understand that too. So let me ask the question this way. This document appears to identify the groundwater benefit area as the area calculated by the Sacramento Area Integrated Water Resource Model, or the SAC IWRM. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed that model?
I have not reviewed that model. I have seen results from that model, but I wouldn't say that I've conducted a thorough review of that.
Do you know the area that this is referring to, the area calculated? Do you know how large that area is?
I think it's in somewhere in this document. I believe it's like 2,600 acres are identified as sort of these wetlands and habitat areas. My understanding it's in sort of the southern part of the basin, kind of, adjacent to the Cosumnes River, where that sort of comes together at the bottom area. There's some refuges down there.
Okay. So that's what your understanding of the SAC IWRM model is.
Oh, no, sorry. No, the SAC IWRM is a larger model. I thought we were talking about these 2,600 acres of sort of, wetland, habitat areas that they're looking to improve groundwater levels.
Okay. Do you know what the grid size is for the SAC IWRM model?
Well,
Or
it's
maybe-
Objection. None of this is addressed in Dr. Mel's testimony, and he's not here to testify about the SAC IWRM model.
I'm going to overrule it as long as we remain relevant, and so I'll allow you to keep going, Ms. Morris.
Do you need me to repeat the question, Dr. Mel?
You asked me about the grid size, right?
Yeah.
So it's a finite element model, so the grid size varies, right? So it's so does that make sense, right? It's like the Delta groundwater model,
Yeah.
also it's a variable grid size model, right?
Okay. And if it is variable, so it's not uniform, it's variable grid. Are you familiar with which areas are finer and do you know the average grid size? Let me ask it that way.
Again, objection. This is outside the scope of Dr. Mel's testimony. It appears that DWR is fishing for information that it could have obtained from another witness, but certainly not Dr. Mel.
There's been no other groundwater witness.
I'll overrule it to the extent you know, Dr. Mel, please.
I don't. I mean, generally speaking, I mean, I've seen, that model, it's probably looked at figures where, it had the grid, overlaid on maps and things like that. Generally speaking, with a finite element model like that, the elements are tighter, smaller sized elements as you get near like surface water features and things like that to try to better represent those. So my guess is it's got a tighter grid size near the Cosumnes, right? Because that's sort of an area of interest from a lot of parties. So that would not surprise me that it has a tighter grid spacing around the Cosumnes, but that's the extent of what I could answer.
So you believe it does, but you don't know for sure.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if SAC IWRM is a publicly available model?
Publicly available. I think with anything you could probably put in a Public Records Request Act. It was, but I don't know who's the keeper of that model. I think it was Woodard and Kern who originally put that together, but
So so if I wanted to get this model, then I would need to ask SAC Sewer.
Objection. Again, this is outside of Dr. Mel's testimony.
pending.
DWR has a groundwater modeling expert. It can pursue this independently, but this is not the witness who is the appropriate person to be asking questions about a document that is not within his testimony or addressed in his testimony.
Who is, Ms. Tabor, who is it that you are identifying as the appropriate witness?
I don't know, but we didn't submit specific testimony on this issue. And so if DWR wants to submit a Public Records Act request to SAC Sewer regarding documents in exhibits and its testimony, it's certainly welcome to do so. But we have limited time with Dr. Mel this morning, and none of this questioning is within the scope of his testimony.
Well, and we do allow cross-examination outside the scope of a witness's testimony in part because we typically don't have depositions or discovery. As long as these line of questioning about the SAC IWRM model are relevant to this proceeding, so maybe help me, Ms. Morris, just with a relevancy explanation.
Well, Dr. Mel, in his testimony, he asserts that the Delta Conveyance project will harm or impact Harvest Water's ability to meet its programmed objectives. And one of its program objectives is groundwater benefits and groundwater benefit area. And I'm trying to understand how this is defined. And there has been no other witness presided by SAC Sewer that is a groundwater expert. And Well, Sac County Water Agency had Dr. Folia. She did not talk about Harvest Water Project at all and appropriately. So I believe this goes directly to the claims that are made about DCP impacts to Harvest Water's ability to meet its goals.
So I will allow you to continue, please, Ms. Morris.
And so I just want to be clear, you believe that Sac Sewer is the holder of this model and that's where I could obtain it? Dr. Mel, that was the question that I didn't quite get to spit out entirely.
Yeah, who's I think I don't know when we say holder of the model. And again, I don't know for sure. I think Woodard and Kern are the sort of the consultants who put that model together. Does that?
So you think Woodard? So Dr. Mel, if that model SAC IWRM is being used to calculate benefits under the WISIP program, would you agree that it should be publicly available for people to look at and analyze?
Objection.
That's not something that I can.
Woodard Curran is DWR's consultant on the DCP, so DWR can go to Woodard Curran if it has questions about this model.
I sustain that objection. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Also, we cannot go to Woodard Curran because they are not our expert. In your testimony, you state the Harvest Water Program is contractually obligated to deliver 41,250 acre-feet of recycled water for agricultural and habitat use in the South Sacramento County area. Is that correct?
Yes.
What portion of the 41,250 acre-feet are contractually obligated for delivery during the irrigation season?
Yeah, so it's split up. I think it's and it's in this document here. I think it's like 30,000-ish is during the irrigation season, which would be probably about April through October, right?
Dr. Mel, you're saying in this document right here that we have on the screen?
If
we want to go to page 22, it sounds like you're familiar with this document. If we could please, Ms. Mullen, go to page 22. And then, does this help?
Yep.
Is this
Yeah, so
where
it's 32,500, right? Is irrigation season, and then what's the 8,750 would be, I guess, the other time, winter time. Habitat, sandhill crane, right? So there's your split.
And then is the primary, and I think you said this, I just want to clarify, the primary type of groundwater recharge anticipated by the Harvest Water Program is in lieu recharge, correct?
Yeah, that's the primary objective.
And do you recall, Dr. Mel, the discussion we had about the source of water used for irrigating the property at what I think we've been referring to as the proposed Twin Cities area?
Yes.
And you stated that you weren't aware of the source of water in the green boxes on your slide number 2. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, did you say were or weren't?
You were not aware of the sources used for irrigation
on
on your slide?
Is it so let me pull up the green. Yeah, so right, the orange were the pasture areas, right? The green were the truck crops areas, right? So I'll make sure I get my colors right here. Yeah, because the truck crops, weren't signed on. So that's in the sort of the northwest part of that of the Twin Cities site, right? My understanding, at least at the time that I put my testimony together, that area was not signed on with a letter of intent for the Harvest Water Program. So I didn't look at that. So does that answer your question?
I think so. And I'm going to ask Ms. Mullen if we could please pull up what has been marked as SCWA 005. And I think we talked about this and you said you were generally familiar with the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan, correct?
Yes.
If we could please go to PDF page 96, Ms. Mullen. And I think if we could zoom in quickly on the legend. I've been working on my geographic locating skills, so hopefully this is better than last time. Do you see that the legend shows here land use by water use, and it shows surface water in green, Dr. Mel?
Yes.
And then the groundwater is in, I don't know, clay brown color.
Mhm.
If did you say yes? Sorry,
Yes.
I said
Mhm.
okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could zoom in to there's kind of a white patch that's surrounded by the clay areas in the sort of bottom middle of this figure. And if we could zoom in to that area a little bit more. I think we could go a little bit more to zoom. Okay. And Dr. Mel, do you see the white square in the middle? Is that Franklin Airport? Does that appear
Yeah,
to be
that
Franklin
looks to
Airport?
be, yep, Franklin
Okay.
Field, yep.
And then the area that the Twin Cities complex is shown in just kind of parallel to the bottom of Franklin Airport, all the way to the 5 freeway, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
And do you see that appears to be all green?
Yeah, and then there's the white area in that northwest corner that is not shaded. Right.
And the white area that's not shaded above the green, is that the area with the green boxes in your figure 2?
That should roughly correspond to that. That's where this truck crops. Mhm.
Okay. And Dr. Mel, if you are not replacing, and we can pull this down, thank you, Ms. Mullen. If you're not replacing groundwater pumping on the Twin Cities property, how do you consider delivery of recycled water to be in the recharge?
I didn't say that it would be in the recharge in my testimony, right? I did in my calculations don't say that that's in the recharge. It says it's the lost amount of deliveries, right?
Correct, but we just talked about the benefits of harvest water, right? And you said that it's primarily achieved by in lieu recharge, correct?
That's the harvest water program in general, right? You asked me about that.
Yep.
My testimony is on just the impacts to the Twin Cities site, right? So that's sorry to make that distinction, but yeah, I'm trying to make that very clear. That's why the numbers, right, and those calculations are just the amount of lost deep percolation from the fact that they won't be able to irrigate that land, regardless of the source of water.
Okay.
Right?
And do you know, Dr. Mel, if Harvest Water Program has a permit that allows Sac Sewer to do direct groundwater recharge with treated effluent?
I'm not aware of what their permits are.
If we could pull up, please, what's been marked as Loretz 3, Ms. Mullen? I think we probably have to scroll out. Do you see, I think we need to scroll out. Do you see that this area, and I think we talked a little bit about the lease, is showing the Twin Cities complex area or a portion of it?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down to the bottom, do you see that this map that was submitted by
That's sort of part of the irrigation strategy.
could a drainage system with pumps indicate poor soil drainage?
Not necessarily. Again, it depends on what you're trying to achieve and what you're growing, right? So
Do you know what types of soil you typically see a border check irrigation system?
I mean it varies, right? So it really can really vary, right? So
Dr. Mel, can a drainage system also indicate high groundwater levels?
It can.
And at least in part, can a drainage system potentially indicate poor soil drainage?
I'm sorry, can you say that again? What was the first part of that?
In part, can a drainage system potentially indicate poor soil drainage?
Objection. This line of questioning is not tethered to any facts specific to that have been established for the Loretz property. And Dr. Mell is not here to testify about the specifics of the Loretz property drainage system or soils. EWR has done its own soil investigations on this property and is perfectly capable of answering these questions itself.
I'm going to overrule it just because I understand, Ms. Morris, at least as I understand, you're looking to elicit general testimony about the suitability of lands for recharge. Is that?
Well, this witness
Roughly.
made a recharge calculation of deep
Yes,
soil
correct.
population, so this seems extremely relevant to me.
Yeah.
Well, first, has this been established that this reflects the system that exists on the Loretz property? It's my understanding this is just a conceptual drainage schematic. So I'm not sure that this is relevant or that those facts are have been established.
Mr. Martin testified in his testimony and attached this as the existing drainage system.
That is my understanding. So I will allow this line of questioning to continue. Please, Ms. Morris.
So rather than speculate on the fact that there's a drainage system, which is very common in any surface water irrigation strategy, right? You look at the USDA soil map survey, and you can look at that, and if you do, I mean, I've looked at it, it's been a while. Didn't submit that as part of my testimony, but I think you'll find that these are kind of middle of the road, moderately drained soils, right? They're not super well drained. They're also not very poorly drained. Sites are heterogeneous. I'm sure you'll find some parts of this area here that are better drained than others, right? That's just how it, the nature of geology and things like that. Nothing's truly constant. So that would be a better approach to get at this question of what the soils are like, rather than looking at the drainage structure, right?
But you didn't, Dr. Mel, you didn't do any soil investigation to determine the type of soil in order to do your calculation that's shown in 6C, correct?
No, I did not. That's based on studies of irrigated pasture, right?
I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about that if you want. I'm going to get to that.
Sure. But yeah, so it's based on studies of irrigated pasture, right? And what the typical irrigation efficiencies are, right? And from a border check surface irrigation method, how much runs off, how much goes into deep perk.
And do you believe that RTM proposed to be placed at the Twin Cities launch site would be impervious to the percolation of precipitation?
It's supposed to have a liner underneath it, according to what I remember in, what is that, chapter 3. It's supposed to have a liner placed underneath the stockpile. So if the liner does its job, there shouldn't be water penetrating through that.
So is your testimony then limited to the RTM areas that are held for testing before they're cleared to be moved?
No, so I partitioned it up into sort of two. If you look at my testimony, there's the almost 600 acres of this total area, right? But then the areas that we identified as the pasture, right, that we talked about is 300 and almost 400 acres, right? 395, I think. And so that area is going to be won't have water applied to the surface, right? Because it'll be taken out of use. So that's during the construction phase. And so that's the first set of numbers I testified about. And then there's the 222 acres that will be the permanently impacted area. And so that's basically the same calculation, but just scaled down by the 222 acres. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying to me right now, but is it your testimony that the 220 acres would have a liner underneath of it and therefore would be impervious?
So I guess I'm not quite following the question here. So that wasn't that the fact that the liners underneath there wasn't necessarily part of the testimony. It's the fact that they won't be able to irrigate that land, so there will not be surface water applied, right? So remember we talked about I took the precept out, right? So it's just the fact that there won't be surface water applied. So I'm not applying additional water to that land. So therefore, that water cannot penetrate down, regardless if there's a liner there or not, because I'm not putting water on the top.
I
Right?
understand that, but let's go to your testimony because I want to be clear if you maybe I'm misunderstanding. So if we could please, Ms. Mullen, pull up SAST 004 and page 2. And if I understand what starts on line 15, which is now B, are you not stating that there's a permanent effect to recharge because of the ability for natural recharge to occur from precipitation? I really cannot speak today.
Yeah, right. So
But that's
so
different, right?
the
This is
second
different.
right,
Yeah.
right. So the first bullet point is from the fact that we're no longer irrigating that land. The second bullet point, yes, is from that natural recharge part, but I didn't quantify that in my testimony, right? That's not a number that I quantified.
Well, let me go back and ask you, do you think that if RTM is placed on the Twin Cities launch site, that it would be impervious to the percolation of precipitation?
If the liner does its job, yes.
So your testimony is that entire 222 acres would have a liner underneath of it, and your opinion stated in bullet point B on line 15 through 17 is based on the assumption of a liner.
Sorry, and which bullet point are
Well,
we?
I'm sorry.
Objection, that is not his testimony.
Sorry, excuse me. It's B, which you said is
Yes.
you changed these to A, B, and C. So I'm just
Right,
using
right.
your nomenclature for the correction.
Yes. So I'm sorry, can you repeat the question again?
Is your opinion in B, which is lines 15 through 17 on page 2 of your testimony, contingent upon the 222 acres in your testimony having a liner underneath of it?
So I wouldn't say it's contingent upon that. Again, I want to clarify. In my testimony, I say that, how the surface will be graded, how runoff will be handled, right? Those additional details need to be sorted out, right? Because all that's going to affect what's going to happen on there. And I don't have that information. And that's why I didn't try to quantify the effects of precipitation. So, there's the fact of the liner, but there's also the fact that, my understanding is this is going to be stockpiled up and be rolled over and compacted, right? You're not going to be able to infiltrate water into that area in the same way as it was under natural conditions, right? But again, how is that graded? What's going to happen with that, right? The surface topography is going to control a lot of that. I don't know any of that information.
So-
somebody will.
Let me ask you this question this way. Assuming that there was not a liner in place for the two, and this is a hypothetical, for the 222 acres, even with the grading and compacting that you've discussed, in your opinion, Dr. Mel, would that area be impervious to the percolation of precipitation?
Okay, so nothing is truly impervious. And are we talking about percolating how far down? My understanding is it's going to be something like 15 feet stacked up, right? But then you got to get, through that 15 feet, then to even get deeper down to where the original surface was, right? And to get down to the underlying groundwater system. So how far are we talking down in terms of percolating?
My question was about impervious, and I think you've answered it. And I can just ask a follow-up question. If it was able to have percolation of precipitation, eventually it could make it to the water table. It may take longer, but it would still make it to the water table, correct?
Probably not.
Okay.
Or very, very little, right? Because most of it's going to get rejected somewhere else. So, I mean, again, or
Let's talk about the rejection part.
yeah.
In your experience, is it possible that precipitation that falls on a site that is impervious to percolation of precipitation, that water would become runoff and could be potentially recharged in another area?
Objection. There hasn't been established that Dr. Mel has any experience with percolation or precipitation on a site that is impervious. And
Overruled. Dr. Mel, to the extent you can answer, please do.
So when it rains, right, water can basically go to a couple different places. It can percolate, can run off, can also get evapotranspired, right? Like those are generally sort of the three primary mechanisms of what can happen when precipitation reaches the land surface.
So for example, if you had a road and the water drained off the road because it's impervious, it would run off and it would potentially percolate elsewhere, like in the side of the road, in the ditch or something like that.
It potentially can get conveyed to a ditch where then it, moves away somewhere else off site.
And I'm sorry, I maybe misunderstood your expertise, but I believe you are specifically providing opinions about percolation and applied water and irrigation and how applied water, like precipitation, moves through soils. Is that correct?
So I think of applied water as being, human applied, right? Irrigated.
Yeah.
Which is different than natural precipitation, right?
So you are an expert on applied water moving through soil, but not on precipitation moving
Oh,
through.
no, I mean, I was just making that distinction
Okay.
here when we're talking about that. But so I'm sorry, what's the question again?
I'm just making sure I understand your expertise here, and is that you are talking about percolation of both irrigation water and precipitation and how water that is applied or falls as rainfall will move through and recharge the basin, correct?
Yeah. So that's the scope of my testimony is based on that.
And whether you apply water through irrigation or it falls, the physics of how it moves are the same, right? Like how physically it's the same process in essence.
Oh, right. Well, so the rates vary, right?
Yeah.
Again, I didn't incorporate the precipitation into my analysis because it's unclear how that's going to be handled. If the surface topography is changed, and that, like you talked about, a roadside ditch, if it runs off and goes somewhere else, right, then it's moving off site. I don't know exactly where off site that is moving. They talk about maybe discharging to a surface water body. That surface water body might carry it out of the basin. Maybe it's being held in a lagoon that's lined for treatment. Well, now you've got evaporation occurring out of that. So that's also not making it, into the underlying groundwater system, right? So again, but that's all speculation of what might happen. That's why in the testimony I said that should be accounted for, and someone should look at more detail of how the land surface and topography and grading and things like that are handled, right? And then that analysis could be done in more detail.
Okay, and if we could look at your what's been marked as SASD 006. And I'll just wait till you pull it up because I have some questions about it. And this is, did I say C? I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen. I don't think I did say C, and you probably grabbed the right one, but I know there was a corrected one.
We can't tell from the top whether this is
if there's track changes, if we scroll down, it should be track changes on,
Yes,
yeah,
there
this
we
is
are.
the one. Thank you. Okay. So this exhibit was used to estimate the amount of lost irrigation and related recharge at the Twin Cities site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this paragraph 2, about the fifth sentence, you refer to the farms. Well, actually, it's not the fifth sentence of paragraph 2. I think it's the second sentence of paragraph 2. It says the farms that comprise the 395 acres. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what are the farms that you are referring to
Yeah,
here?
this is the pasture areas, right? So I guess it was the orange colored areas in that other map, right?
The orange colored areas in your PowerPoint slide 2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And so not the crop areas, just
Not the crop areas, right? The not the northwest corner.
And Dr. Mel, did you provide any of the references that you cite to in SASD 006 as exhibits?
I might have to ask my lawyer here. Did those make it in?
I'll represent that I couldn't find any of the sites as exhibits or papers.
Yeah, what we submitted is what's on the FTP site.
Okay, and the water demand that you used came from a UC A&R publication, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in paragraph 1, I think again that you did not provide. I think it's a UC A&R. Well, actually, let me ask you. There's two UC and A&R two different publications that as I can see it there. Which one are you relying on for the 3.5 to 4 feet per acre during the irrigation season of consumptive water demand?
Let me again there's a range there. So typically it's anywhere between about 3.5 and 4 for the irrigated demand, right? So taking out precipitation. So I just chose a middle of the road number of 3.75. I think if you want to look at other sources like the California Water Plan and things like that for mixed pasture, it's going to be pretty much the same, right? There's not a whole lot of difference there when we look at in the Central Valley of California, right?
But my specific question was, which one of these A&R publications are you using for that range, 3.5 to 4?
I'll have to pull them up. Let me see if I can find that quickly.
If you don't know off the top of your head, it's not here. I don't see it. So let me ask you this question. And I just being clear, you did not provide the UCA&R 8293 as an exhibit, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And Dr. Mel, is UCA&R number 8293 a study on alfalfa?
So 8293. Okay, I pulled up irrigating alfalfa in arid regions. Yes.
Okay, and then on this same page on 1, you say that it's during the irrigation season, the 3.5, do you see that? 3.5 to 4 feet per acre during the irrigation season. What is the irrigation season defined? What did you mean for the definition of the irrigation season?
Yeah, so it's that typically, April, May, depending on the water year, through September, October, right? Again, depending on the water year.
And in this same SASD 006, you also cite Valley et al. 2001. If we could scroll down, I think it's at the bottom of this page in 3. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that was also not provided as an exhibit, correct?
apparently not, but
And what is the name of that paper? It just
yeah.
says Valley et al. 2001, and it's not referenced above. So do you know the name
Yeah,
of that
I
paper?
got you. It is Reduced Runoff Irrigation of Alfalfa in Imperial Valley of California.
Imperial Valley. And what geographic location in California is the Imperial Valley?
Yeah, I mean that's Southern California.
And does alfalfa and the Imperial Valley have similar water use needs as mixed pasture near Twin City site?
It's going to have a higher ET demand. It's generally warmer.
In Imperial Valley.
Yeah.
And does alfalfa in the Imperial Valley have a similar runoff pattern as mixed use pasture near the Twin City site?
Well, that's why even if you look at that study, it's variable, right? So that anywhere from 0 to 30%. So it depends really on, we were talking earlier about the surface irrigation, how well the landowner, how the land is graded, right? How they apply that irrigation, right? When you flood it up like that, how long do you let that flood up and that encroachment before you shut it off, right? Because you're counting on sort of gravity drainage to push that the rest of the way across the field. So a lot of it is highly variable on the sort of the practices of the landowner. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I mean, and just to be clear, you didn't talk to the landowner, understand how the Twin Cities landowner is irrigating to have that specific site-specific information, correct?
I did not talk to the landowner.
And does alfalfa in the Imperial Valley have a similar growing season as mixed pasture near the Twin City site? Twin City site.
Generally similar, yes, in the summertime, right? When it grows.
And in your testimony here in paragraph 3, you cite Bally et al. 2000 to estimate a % of excess irrigation that would result in runoff, correct?
Yes, so that's the fractions.
And then you use that number to estimate an amount of excess irrigation that would become recharged, correct?
That's correct.
And in this paper, Bally et al. 2001, for applied water appearing as runoff, or sorry, I want to make sure I'm looking at this. We were looking at the same thing. I think we need to scroll down.
Further down, Ms. Morris,
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get oriented myself so
Sure.
that yeah. Just give me one quick sec. Wait, sorry, I think we were here. So in the Bali, and you cite this, I think, is you're saying that the applied water appearing as runoff can be as small as a few percent. Do you see that? And it up to 30%. Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you know if Bally et al. 2001 provided information about what portion of that applied water becomes recharge?
Well, so it's basically then whatever the difference between that and your irrigation efficiency, right? Does that make sense? So that's just
I understand how
scale
you
off
do the
that.
calculation. I'm wondering if the paper actually says what portion, based on the study in the paper, became recharged. So I understand the concept, but I'm asking you, because I don't have the paper, if the paper provided information about what percentage, of that applied water became recharged.
I don't know that paper did, but basically if I would have to go back and look at the details of that paper. I mean, there's other references that talk about this same sort of thing. So whatever doesn't become surface runoff, then the assumption is that it's going to be percolating past the root zone. right? That's how you get your irrigation efficiency.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to SASD 004. And if we could go to page 7, please. And in this sentence on line 3 to 7, you're talking about a proper analysis. So I have a question for you about your analysis in 6A. Using 6C, my apologies. Using your standard as you set forth in lines 3 to 7, does your analysis provided in SASD 006C meet your definition of a proper analysis?
Yeah, so I guess it depends on what we want to call, proper. Mine was an estimate, right? So and as I mentioned, it's a conservative estimate. I think it certainly could be updated and refined, right? As I state in my testimony.
In your experience, do you believe, and I'm changing subjects just so you know, I'm going to talk about cutoff walls and recharge now, just so we can be oriented together. In your experience, do you believe that cutoff walls can reduce drawdown associated with pumping for dewatering?
I don't know that that's part of my testimony.
Do you have an opinion about that?
Generally speaking, cutoff walls are intended to limit the flow of groundwater.
So specifically, do you think that cutoff walls can reduce drawdown associated with pumping from dewatering?
It depends on where that pumping is occurring and how that cutoff wall is constructed and relative to where that pumping occurs, right?
Is this leading to a question that is within the scope of Dr. Mel's testimony?
It actually doesn't matter. It has to be relevant to the proceeding, but I believe it is. So go ahead, Ms. Morris.
In your experience, do you believe that cutoff walls can reduce the zone of influence associated with pumping for dewatering if placed properly?
Yes.
And let's see, I think we should probably go to page 5 of your testimony. And I have a couple of questions about a footnote. So in footnote 1 on page 5, you include a citation to support the barrier effect on groundwater flows, correct?
Yes.
And again, did you provide that as an exhibit in this proceeding, this paper?
Apparently if it didn't make it up to the FTP site, then no.
And is that study noted in footnote 1? Is that based on train tunnels?
Yes, that's one of the kinds of barriers that they looked at. Yes.
And do you know if the train tunnels in that paper were constructed in bedrock?
I don't know if that particular train tunnel was constructed in bedrock.
Do you know if the train tunnels in that paper, at what depth they were constructed?
Could go back and look, but I don't have that number off the top of my head.
Did you perform any calculations of the barrier effect of the Delta Conveyance tunnel on groundwater levels?
So I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that because the summer before there was the confidential settlement agreement discussions. I don't know what's.
Let's avoid anything confidential, but Ms. Morris, how can we navigate this?
Is it confidential that he performed those calculations? I think the discussions potentially could be confidential, but is it considered confidential that he performed calculations?
I don't think it's, well, DWR was very insistent that any information or discussion that touched on the subject of those settlement discussions would remain confidential, and has objected to questions and cross-examining its own witnesses. So I think it would be safer for the parties to avoid this line of questioning.
I'm going to go err on the side of confidentiality here in this case. Thank you, Ms. Morris.
In your opinion, would the Delta Conveyance Tunnel provide a complete barrier to groundwater flow from the Sacramento River into the South American subbasin?
Can you define what you mean by complete?
Would it cut off all potential recharge from the Sacramento River?
No.
What kind of change in groundwater levels due to a barrier effect would you expect from the Delta Conveyance project? And I'm just asking generally, inches, feet, tens of feet?
You're right. It depends on the gradients, and it depends on the hydraulic conductivity, right? So
in your testimony, you state the Delta Conveyance project will reduce the amount of water available for leakage from the Sacramento River to the adjacent aquifer, correct?
that's correct.
And you did not do any analysis to support this opinion, correct? No quantification is what I meant to say. That's more clear.
So now we're getting the confidential settlement. So
for this testimony, did you do any quantification?
For this testimony, I did not do any quantification.
And to the extent that you did a quantification, it's not necessary to support your opinion in your testimony in SASD 004, correct?
So I'm a little bit confused about what was just asked there. So
Ms. Morris, can you rephrase that one? It was sort of confusing. Thank you.
It was a mouthful. Because you don't have any quantification of the reduction in the amount of leakage from the river caused by the Delta Conveyance project, is it fair to assume that you didn't rely on any previous work you've done that's not shown here in SASD 4 to support your opinions?
Okay, sorry. So there's a couple things there. So are we talking about the barrier effect, or the fact that there's going to be a change in because you're talking about changes in leakage, or so there's sort of, I see these as sort of related but two separate issues. One is the barrier effect from the tunnel blocking, it's an impermeable area, so there's basically just less permeable area for water to get from the Sacramento River into the adjacent aquifer system. The other one,
talking about the leakage specifically, the question was about the leakage from the river, from
right,
Sacramento River to the basin.
Right. Yeah. So again, there's two mechanisms by which that leakage will be impaired. One is, we were talking about the barrier effect, right? So that's basically in between the Sacramento River and the Harvest Water Program area. So that's going to cause a blockage, if you will. The second one is that, from the removal of water from the Sacramento River downstream of the intakes, which is adjacent to the Harvest Water area, the water levels are going to be lower. That's going to change the wetter perimeter, the hydraulic gradient, and that's also going to have an effect on the stream leakage. The EIR, documents their changes in the stream leakage, but what's unclear in the EIR is that they have the entire stretch of the Sacramento River, from the American all the way down pretty much to the confluence with the delta of the San Joaquin. So it's unclear where along the Sacramento River those changes in leakage are occurring. So that's what I was getting at in my testimony, that needs to be better documented, better refined.
Thank you, Dr. Melt. But my question was about, you stated that you couldn't say if you had done any calculations about leakage from the river to the adjacent aquifer. And my question was specifically about whether or not your opinions here today are based on just the information that you have shown and presented here today and not based on any other information? That's my question as it relates to reduction from leakage from the river to the adjacent aquifer.
I guess I'm confused. I thought I just answered that question. I'm
Is everything used to support your opinions contained within SASD 004 and SASD 006C in terms of quantification or analysis? Let's try it that way.
Right. So I didn't quantify the river leakage changes, right? There's no numbers provided in my testimony about the changes in river leakage in terms of quantifications, right? Does that answer your question? I'm not trying to be evasive. I guess
No, you're good. I appreciate it. I want to talk just very briefly about specifically the reduction in the amount of water regarding leakage, not the blockage about the leakage from the river.
Yep.
So these questions are related to that topic. And is it your opinion that those potential reductions in leakage are related to the construction or the operation of the Delta Conveyance project?
Right. That's a great question. I think it's so the construction or the operation. And so when you say the construction, are you talking about what exactly?
Well, I mean, it's your opinion, so it's kind of what you are relying on. And I'm trying to understand if you're focused on both the construction and operation period or one or the other. So what do you intend?
Yeah, so honestly, there's probably both. I would be more concerned about the probably the operations part because that's going to be enduring, right? So there's this continuous removal of water out of the Sacramento River, right? For however many years into the future, and that's going to change the stream water levels, and that's going to change the gradients and the ability of water to leak out of the Sacramento River into the adjacent aquifer systems.
And you just said continuous removal of water. What did you mean by that?
Over time, right? That this is going to be, like you see the 2040 or 2070 projections, right? So that this is going to endure over time.
So you didn't mean that the Delta Conveyance project is continuously diverting.
Right. No,
Like,
I meant, that, the construction is just sort of, that's going to happen once. And
in your opinion, well, are you aware of where the intakes are located on the Sacramento River?
Yeah, they're basically, around the town of Hood, generally. Right?
And do you know if that area of the river is tidally influenced?
Yes, it should be tidally influenced.
And do you know how much the Sacramento River stage varies daily from tidal influence at that location?
Right. Yeah, I couldn't give you the numbers off the top of my head, but
did you review the water level changes from existing conditions to the Delta Conveyance project?
Which document would that have been in?
It was part of the testimony. It's in the FEIR, but it's also water level testimonies provided by Amardeep Singh. Did you review any of that?
I remember looking at Singh's testimony at some point. That was a while ago, but
do you know what time of year the potential reductions in surface water elevation from Delta Conveyance diversions would occur?
Oh boy, I'd have to go back and look at that. I mean, it is roughly seasonal corresponding to irrigation demands, water demands, and things like that.
Do you know how much anticipated maximum reduction in surface stage is anticipated from the Delta Conveyance project?
I couldn't pull that number off the top of my head right now.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mel, for answering my questions and for bearing with my geographic incapabilities. I appreciate your time very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I will look to the room. Are there others who have questions for Dr. Mel? Then I do not. So with that, Ms. Tabor, I also am happy to take a 5-minute break if you want to think about redirect, or we can move right to it.
I think we could move right to it.
Okay, please.
Thank you. So, Dr. Mel, on Monday, Ms. Morris asked you a series of questions regarding the South American subbasin, including questions about the size of the subbasin, the number of miles between the American River and the proposed DCP intakes, and the amount of groundwater pumped annually from the South American subbasin. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Is the size of the South American subbasin relevant to your opinion, as expressed in your testimony regarding the potential Delta Conveyance project impacts on the harvest water program?
No, I mean, my testimony was centered around particularly the localized impacts on the Twin Cities site.
And is the distance of the proposed intakes from the northern boundary of the South American subbasin relevant to your opinion regarding the potential DCP impacts on the harvest water program?
No, I mean, as we were kind of talking about, that's really sort of downstream of the intakes is where we'd expect to see most of the changes and the effects on the Sacramento River, and that's of course adjacent to the harvest water program area.
Thank you. Is the amount of groundwater pumped annually from the South American subbasin relevant to your opinion regarding the potential DCP impacts on the harvest water program?
No, in terms of my testimony, again, I was focused on just the Twin Cities site, which was surface water irrigated, not groundwater irrigated. So the groundwater pumping wasn't a factor in my testimony.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Tabor. And then to you, Ms. Morris.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. With that, Dr. Mel, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for returning with us this morning and for your patience and answering all of our questions. You are excused.
Thank you.
And with that, happily, I think we are ahead of schedule. So what I'd like to do is, I think it's time to go ahead and take an early break. As indicated, we will reconvene at 12:30 and we will pick up with Mr. Brodsky and the Hood Community Council witnesses. So with that, I will see all of you at 12:30. Welcome back, 12:31. I will look first to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I believe where we left off was with the completion of Sac Sewer's witnesses, and we were going to turn to Mr. Brodsky first for an opening statement, and then to begin with his witnesses. My understanding is starting with Mr. Burke. And there is Mr. Brodsky.
Yes, good
And
afternoon.
I see Mr. Burke in the attendee room there. So with that, I will turn things over to you. And we have Ms. Morris, good. And turn things over to you for an opening statement, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, thank you. I can't see the waiting room. We should also have Angelica Whaley in the waiting room. Are you able to see her?
It's in the attendee list. You actually should, as a panelist, you can click over, but yes, she is also there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. So as an opening statement, I would like to give just a brief roadmap of the testimony of the 7 witnesses that are going to follow today and Monday. And the testimony is intended to establish, among other things, the facts needed to prove several of the elements of a cause of action for unlawful discrimination under Government Code Section 11135 and other laws. Just briefly, Government Code Section 11135, and then I'll turn to the witnesses. Section 11135 prohibits discrimination on the basis of ethnic group identification by any state agency under any program or activity. The prohibition extends to the selection or approval of sites for infrastructure projects that have a disparate impact on minority communities. And it was recently clarified, actually after we filed our protest, that it applies to any permitting activity or site selection, notwithstanding the fact that other agencies may have issued approvals or made site selections for the same site or facility. We alleged in our protest that DWR's action selecting intake sites B and C violated Section 11135, and that it would also be a violation of law for the board to approve the change petition because the approval would include permitting intakes B and C to be sited next to Hood. So now to turn to the witnesses, the testimony will show, among other things, starting with Tom Burke, that the location of intakes B and C is not the only place the intakes for the Delta Conveyance project can be located. It is possible to locate the intakes where they will not have a disparate impact on any minority community, and in fact will have much lesser impact on any community of any kind. Then following Angelica Whaley today and Mario Moreno, Gia Moreno, and Karen Mann Monday will establish that DWR failed in its duty to avoid discriminatory conduct, not only failed to consider the disparate impact on the minority community of Hood, but also actively refused to consider the disparate impact when it was repeatedly brought to DWR's attention. DWR sought to evade community engagement by blaming intake location decisions on others. Next, Dr. Brian Tomlin will establish that Hood is disproportionately Hispanic Latino compared to California, compared to Sacramento County, and compared to the surrounding communities, and that the disparity is statistically significant. And finally, Charles Salter will show that the noise impacts of the siting decision are worse than acknowledged in the EIR, even though the EIR discloses that the noise impacts on Hood are significant and unavoidable before and after mitigation. Mr. Salter will also show that the siting decision must be revisited if impacts on Hood are to be brought to an acceptable level. And with that, I will turn to Mr. Burke and see if we can bring him on.
Yes, please. The hearing team would please elevate Mr. Burke. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke. You're welcome to come on camera. I realize you may be having some technical challenges.
There he is.
Took me a second to get it to come up.
Thank you. And with that, I will just turn to you, Mr. Burke. Do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Then with that, to you, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke.
Good afternoon.
To start off, could you give us a brief summary of your qualifications?
Yeah, my name is Tom Burke. I'm a senior associate with Hydrologic Systems. I'm a water resources engineer with over 40 years of experience in modeling of riverine systems. I've got experience in both riverine systems as well as delta tidal estuaries and lakes and rivers. I have experience contributing to hydraulic analysis as well as identifying and evaluating impacts associated with hydrologic conditions in EIR, the EIS development, report development.
Okay, thank you very much. And then if I could ask, is it Mr. Woolridge we have today or Ms. Mullen?
We have Ms. Mullen.
Ms. Mullen, if I could ask Ms. Mullen, please, to bring up HCC SCDA 45, please. So let's see, that's of 40. That's a different exhibit from Ms. Whaley's testimony, I believe.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brodsky, what was the exhibit number again?
45, there it is.
There we go.
Thank you very much. And so, Mr. Burke, is this your testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
And I believe we went over this and didn't find any corrections. Is that, do I recall correctly?
Well, there was one small correction that I'd like to make.
Sure.
And that's on page 3, line 12. It references lines 18 to 19, and that should actually be 18 to 21.
That's in the materials reviewed?
That's correct.
Which lines was that again?
Line 12 on page 1.
Yes.
DWR 00015, page F38, and lines 18 to 19 should be lines 18 to 21.
Sorry, is it possible to, I'm not seeing a line 18 on page.
Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 2? I believe we're looking at page 12. It's confused, I mean, line 12.
Yeah.
And then the reference there is, as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Burke, the reference there, the change there was in this first part, 3F-8:18 through 21. Is that the 19 should be changed to 21?
Okay.
Yeah, the 19 should be changed to 21.
Gotcha.
Ms. Morris, did that help?
Very much, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. And could you just briefly summarize what are the conclusions of your testimony?
Yes, I've gone through the materials developed for the project, primarily with reference towards the fish facilities technical team to evaluate the criteria and the process that they implemented in trying to select locations for intakes along the Sacramento River. They've started out with around 12 intakes and slowly wound down to 7 intakes, and then that 7 intake selection or 7 intake potential location was adopted by the DCP and further refined to only 5 different locations, all upstream of Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough. And I think that they've reduced or removed the 2 locations down below Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough without providing them proper evaluation to determine whether or not they should be continue to be evaluated as potential inflow locations for the project. And so I think
Okay.
that should be reviewed to further evaluate those sites because there are potential advantages that you can have to putting these sites below Steamboat and Sutter Slough.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burke. So you made reference to the fish facilities technical team, and the fish facilities technical team issued a couple reports. And what, if anything, did the fish facilities technical team report say about location 6 and 7?
They said that they should continue to be evaluated as they have potential characteristics for those locations to provide an advantageous point of diversion for the project.
Okay, good. And then if we could please go to HCC SCDA 046.
Yeah, this is a map showing the potential intake locations that were reviewed by the Fish Facilities Technical Team in 2011. This is included in Figure 3F3 in Appendix F3 to the WaterFix final EIR and was also included in the DCP Intake Structure Identification and Evaluation Technical Memorandum that was dated December 23, 2021. This has been submitted as a DWR-00015.
Okay, and I believe there's 3 pages. Could we scroll to the last page of this exhibit? And is this page 3F3 that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay.
And what this is kind of a consolidation of the sites that were shown on the previous map, looking at 5 sites that are upstream of Sutter Slough and 2 sites, FFTT 6 and FFTT 7, that are below Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough. To kind of orient you on here, the 2 sites that are selected for the project alternative are alternate 3, which is site B, which is located around the middle of the graph. I don't know if you can read it very well on here. And alternate site 5, which is slightly below that location. So, and they're basically centered in the middle of the graph. The 2 sites that we're concerned about that were removed from consideration as diversion points are the 2 lowest points on this graph, FFTT 6 and 7, shown as blue triangles at the bottom of the graph.
Okay. And okay, could we go next to HCC SCDA 048, PDF page 1? And then just looking at to identify what document we're in, this is the BDCP Fish Facilities Technical Team Technical Memorandum dated July 2011. And then if we could go to PDF page 6. And there should be an item 4 on that page. Yes. And let me read that item 4. It says 2 potential diversion sites downstream from Steamboat Slough should be considered in addition to the 5 upstream locations. Any potential downstream diversion sites would be in addition to the 5. Any potential downstream diversion sites would be in lieu of upstream locations for a total of 5 diversion structures. And is this then referring to the sites 6 and 7 that we looked at previously?
Objection.
Yes,
Calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Okay.
Also,
What is this?
Professor Kinsey, this is not, I know this is cited, but this is not spelled out in Mr. Burke's testimony, which in essence is 1 page and a half page of exhibits. So this seems to be going afield of what was set forth in his written testimony.
Can we connect this to his testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Brodsky? It needs to be within the scope of his I mean, his summary, his testimony is essentially already a summary as far as I can tell here.
Okay. Okay, so item 4 says 2 potential sites downstream from Seamoss should be considered. So
I think the location of the 2 sites they're referring to in item number 4 are clearly shown on the map because item 4 is referencing those sites downstream of Steamboat Slough, which there are only 2 sites on the map that are downstream of Steamboat Slough. And that's FFTT 6 and 7. So there aren't any optional other sites that this could be referring to.
If for the record, this is a different document than was pulled up prior that Mr. Burke is now referring to.
yeah, there are 2 different technical team memos that were submitted as our exhibits. Okay. All right, so then let's just go to HCC SCDA 047 PDF page 1. And so this is the December 13th, 2011 5-agency technical recommendation for the location of BDCP intakes 1 through 7. And then if we could go to PDF page 4. And then at the bottom of the page, it says intake 6 and 7, the 5 agencies recommended continuing to use the location for site 6 and 7 developed during the FFTT process. And Mr. Burke, did you quote that item there in your written testimony?
Yes, I referenced that item in terms of the 2 sites, FFT 6 and 7, being removed from analysis as potential diversion points, and without proper analysis of those sites to determine whether they're plausible as sites that would be beneficial to the project and to the riverine system.
Okay, well, just simply as of the date of this memo, what was the 5-agency recommendation as far as intake site 6 and 7, as stated here?
They wanted those 2 sites to be continued in the analysis and evaluation because they provide some unique characteristics for the river.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and then next, if we could go to DWR, this was skipping to a different exhibit, DWR 00015. And this is the Delta Conveyance Project Intake Site Identification and Evaluation Technical Memorandum dated December 23rd, 2021, just to identify what the document is. And then could we please go to PDF page 20? And this is attachment 1 to the technical memorandum entitled Intake Location Analysis. And then if we could go to the next page. This is the first page of the intake location analysis, which is Appendix 3F from the 2016 Water Fix Final EIR. And you can see that's what it is at the bottom of the page there. It identifies it as that. And then if we could next please go to PDF page 28, and I'll ask Mr. Burke a question, I promise. I was just trying to establish what document we were in. And at lines 17 to 21, it says, based on a consideration of the pros and cons of the 2 alternative intake location configurations, the BDCP consulting team recommended that all 5 intake structures be located in the Sacramento River in the reach upstream of the confluence with Sutter Slough. And then I believe it laps onto the next page, or no, it's still on this page. And then it says, however, the potential intake locations downstream of the sloughs continue to be of interest to the fisheries agencies. So, Mr. Burke, as of the date of this document and at this stage, what was the position of the fisheries agencies with regard to the intake locations downstream of the sloughs?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to this document and the date. This document is an attachment to a more recent document. I'm not sure which date we're talking about. Also, this does appear to be outside of the information provided in Mr. Burke's summary. While it does cite this, it doesn't. It does cite to this exhibit. It does not go into this detail.
Well, let's take a look.
I think that's fair, Mr. Brodsky. I understood your question to be Mr. Burke's understanding of the position of the fisheries agencies, and I don't see anywhere in his testimony where he opines on the position of the fisheries agencies.
Well, this is quoted verbatim at paragraph 3 of Mr. Burke's testimony. What we just read is quoted verbatim.
That's actually inaccurate. You're quoting a different quote, and that is not what's shown there.
Let's see.
That's what you're reading is from other lines, and he just corrected it to be to line 19 or to 21, which was not in his testimony prior.
Well,
and I'm fine if we want to ask the question. I would just have a standing objection, but I do think it is important to correctly identify what date you are asking about.
All right.
Hearing officer, if we could do that.
Let's get to the date of this. So what we want to clarify, as I understand, is the date of this particular appendix.
But let me just say, this exact language is quoted in Mr. Burke's testimony. I mean, it says, the BDC consulting team recommended that all 5 intake structures be located in the Sacramento River in the reach upstream of the confluence with Sutter Slough. However, the potential intake locations downstream of the sloughs, including 6 and 7, is an insertion there. That's not in the quote, that's his insertion. Then back to the quote, continued to interest the fisheries agencies.
But here, Sir Kinsey, that quote for 3 is talking about Appendix 3F in the year 2010. And this is a document that is from, the document now we're looking at says 2016, and the first document that this is appended to or attached to is a recent year. So I'm trying to determine, sorry, hearing officer Kinsey, if we could just have Mr. Brodsky identify the appropriate year that he's attributing to this quote, or Mr. Burke, in fact, who wrote the testimony.
Okay, this document is included in the 2016 Water Fix EIR Appendix 3F, and the 2016 Water Fix EIR Appendix 3F is attached to the intake site identification memo that we saw on the first page. And that's why I took us through all that, to try to avoid this happening. So this is a part of Exhibit DWR 00015, which is that site identification memo, I believe dated 2021, the first page we looked at. And then that site identification memo has attachment 1, which is Appendix 3F from the 2016 WaterFix EIR. And that's what we're looking at here. So this is the document, exactly the document that we referred to.
So Ms. Morris, does that clarify the date issue that you raised?
No, it does not, because if we look at Mr. Burke's testimony for the quote that he is quoting here, he is saying that that is Appendix 3F in the year 2010, and that it's describing the January 2010 BDCP consulting team recommendation. And furthermore, I do not believe, I think it would be speculative for Mr. Burke to be opining on what the fishery agencies were, what their opinions or recommendations may be in the way the question was worded.
And that I do not see in the testimony, but let's start with the date, which is, and I'll just ask Mr. Burke, because this is your testimony, why have you referenced the January 20th, 2010 BDCP consulting team recommendation?
The Fisheries Facilities Technical Team actually created a process that's been going on since 2008 with multiple reports, each report kind of building upon previous data that was collected in previous analysis. And so a lot of the analysis that were produced in earlier reports, including the WaterFix EIR, were then repeated in subsequent reports. So the 2010 date that's on here is for a report that actually isn't included here, but includes the same information that we have within the 2021 fish intake analysis from the DCA.
I understand that. Yeah, thank you. So the text here is, as you have said here, describes the recommendation reached in another document that we don't have, that is not this one, a prior document.
Yeah, it was from a prior document that was then portions of that included in the present documents that we have, which is the 2021 DCA intake analysis evaluation.
And this document that we are looking at is correct me if I'm wrong, a 2016 document that then has been incorporated into the 2021 EIR.
That's correct. Yeah.
Objection mischaracterizes testimony. This is not in the EIR. This is a DCA memo with Appendix 3F from 2016 attached as an attachment. And just for the record, this is getting extremely confusing because of the citations.
So what is a DCA memo? So can we go to the top of the title of this document? I'm sorry, Mr. Brodsky, you went through it before, but I didn't understand why it was
Let's go back to the first page.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the first page of this document. So this is the December 23rd, 2021 Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority Technical Memorandum, Intake Site Identification and Evaluation, Final Draft. Okay. This document is referenced in the final Delta Conveyance Project EIR. This
objection to the extent it mischaracterizes testimony or lacks foundation.
It's your position, Ms. Morris, that it's not referenced in the final EIR?
I don't know that for looking at this. This is an attachment from a different EIR from 2016. And if you, I don't want to prolong this, but if you scroll down, it's clear that this Appendix A, which Mr. Brodsky was just asking about, is a copy of Appendix 3F from the Bay Delta Conservation California WaterFix EIR, not from the Delta Conveyance Project EIR.
That's correct. And this is the way everything is in these EIRs, because the project goes back so far that they depend on what was done in the previous project, and that depends on what was done
objection, lacks
before
foundation,
that.
mischaracterizes
Mrs.
No,
testimony.
it
Brodsky, and I'm trying to, Ms. Morris, I'm trying to resolve. You are I mean, I'm trying to anticipate what your objections might be here so we can work through this. If we need to go to the DCP EIR to see if this document is referenced there, we can do that. I mean, we'll take the time to do that. We can take a break and locate that reference. That does seem potentially
I can certainly locate that for you.
And then
Won't take that long.
Just to be clear, my objection is about how the question was framed about Mr. Burke's testimony. If Mr. Brodsky wants to ask him about that quotation as it pertains to how Mr. Burke described it in the context of January 2010 BDCP, then I'm fine with that question, but it needs to be clear that that's the context and not a 2021 document, because clearly it could not be.
Understood. So let's try if we need to, we can go back to the quote, but let's try the question again, Mr. Brodsky. Fresh slate. We'll go from there.
Okay.
Please.
From what we read in that quotation, there was, what, if anything, did the BDC consulting team recommend? And what, if anything, was the position of the fisheries agencies?
From what I've read in that document, the DCA team looks like they're selecting the 5 sites that are upstream of Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough, and not evaluating the 2 sites below Sutter Slough and Steamboat Slough, even though the fisheries team still has interest in the ability of those sites to be valid diversion points.
Okay, thank you. And, would you like to take a break and have me get, so we can link it all the way up?
No, let's not.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right, then let's go to the next question. Let's go to HCC SCDA 047. Oh,
I think we're here.
yeah. I think we may have already done this, but the attention got so distracted. We'll just look at it quickly again. And then if we go to the first page of the document, this is the December 13th, 2011 5-agency technical recommendation for the location of BDC intakes 1 through 7. And then we go to PDF page 4. And then at the bottom of the page, it makes a comment about intake 6 and 7. And could you read that, Mr. Burke?
Yes, they're referencing to the different potential sites on the Sacramento River. At the end of that reference, they talked about sites 6 and 7, which were the 2 most downstream sites that we saw on the previous map that we looked at. And the 5-agency fisheries facilities technical team recommended continuing to use the locations for 6 and 7 that were developed during the initial fisheries facilities technical team process. What they're doing here is highlighting the initial 5 sites, saying that those are valid sites, but they're also saying that 6 and 7 are also valid sites that need further evaluation or analysis.
Objections characterizes the document.
I think it's outside the scope of your testimony, Mr. Burke, at least here. So I will strike that response if you want to try to get at it more narrowly, Mr. Brodsky. or if this is, I mean, Mr. Burke has other
Well,
testimony. I don't
well,
believe.
let me ask it this way. In your testimony, Mr. Burke, at paragraph 6, you say, based on the material cited above, it appears to me that locations 6 and 7 downstream of the sloughs should not be ruled out. Did your reading of this quotation here, that the 5 agencies recommend continuing to use locations 6 and 7, play any role in that conclusion?
Yes, it does. It shows their continued interest in these 2 locations as potential diversion points.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could go, I'm sorry to skip around so much, Ms. Mullen, but if we could go back to DWR 00015. And if we could go to this PDF page 28, please. And at lines 17 to 21. Actually, we already asked this question, so I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I got lost where I was in my notes. If we could go to PDF page 35 in the same document. And then starting at line 42. And it says there, quote, intake locations not moving forward for analysis in the proposed project include intakes 1, 4, 6, and 7, though they will be addressed in connection with other EIS alternatives. Those locations have, and then we need to go to the next page. Those locations have suitable attributes for placement of an intake. However, they did not make it as being in top 3 sites under analysis for the proposed project, end quote. And so, Mr. Burke, just repeating the conclusion from paragraph 6 in your testimony, where it says, based on the material cited above, it appears to me that locations 6 and 7 downstream of the sloughs should not be ruled out. Did this quotation play any role in your reaching that opinion?
Yes, it did. It contributed to the same process that I was seeing repeated in the previous documents that we looked at, in that there was a focus on the upper 5 sites that were on the Sacramento River, the upper 5 being those sites that are above Steamboat Slough and Sutter Slough, and not really focusing on the 2 lower sites, although continuing to mention that they are still plausible sites that could be used for diversion.
Okay, and in your testimony at paragraph 5, you say in 2016, the WaterFix EIR noted that, and the quotation we just read there. And so it's your understanding that this was the report of the 2016 WaterFix EIR as to the status of these various intake sites. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And let's see. And then just finally, paragraph 8 of your report, it says, based on my review of the literature cited above, it is my opinion that intakes locations 6 and 7 are appropriate for further detailed consideration, taking into account, let's just stop there, that they're appropriate for further detailed consideration. And is that's basically summarizes the overarching conclusion of your testimony?
Yeah, basically the summary of all of what I'm trying to get at with this is that sites 6 and 7 should still be considered for analysis and potential diversion points on the Sacramento River.
Okay, I think that that's all the questions I have for Mr. Burke at this time.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Mr. Brodsky, your intent was to present all 4 witnesses as a panel? Is that right?
No.
No, separately. Okay.
Separately for today.
On
On Monday, the 3 witnesses on Monday, assuming we get through everybody we're supposed to get through today, Mario Moreno, Gia Moreno, and Karen Mann, those 3 would be a panel.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Then with that, Ms. Morris, please.
Hi, Mr. Burke. How are you this afternoon?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Good. Nice to see you again. You'll be happy to
Good
know I
seeing
have
you.
much fewer questions for you today.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, are you authorized to speak on behalf of any fisheries agencies?
No, I'm not.
And have you spoke to any fisheries agencies in regard to your testimony and your quotation of the documents in your testimony?
No, I haven't.
And do you have any experience citing large intakes in a tidal riverine environment?
I've had experience in doing hydraulic evaluation plans of fish screens in riverine environments, but not tidal riverine environments.
And so you haven't cited any large intakes in a tidal riverine environment, correct?
Not in a tidal riverine environment, no.
And Mr. Burke, are you a fisheries biologist?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
Are you a fisheries biologist?
No, I'm not.
And if I read your testimony correctly, it appears that it's your opinion that intake 6 and 7 would be appropriate for further detailed consideration, taking into account community impacts of all potential locations under consideration. Is that accurate?
That's partially what I believe, but it also extends on further, not only just community interactions for the location, but also the impacts on fisheries for both delta smelt and salmon that are out migrating.
And if we could please go back to DWR 00015, which you cited and I believe you are familiar with. I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, I should say so that you know that I'm
Already on it.
yeah, I figured you were, but and if we could please go to PDF page 37. And were you aware that moving the intakes to sites 6 and 7 would increase exposure risk of delta smelt and longfin smelt to the intakes, particularly in the future with sea level rise?
It has that potential, as well as the ability to reduce the mortality on outgoing salmon. So there's a plus and a minus to these locations, which needs to be evaluated carefully.
And Mr. Berg, you're not a fisheries biologist, so you couldn't evaluate those trade-offs between those species, correct?
No, I'm just repeating what the fisheries biologists put in their reports.
And when you were summarizing in your testimony in paragraph 3 regarding the BDCP consulting team, would you agree that you were summarizing a quotation of findings that were in January 20th of 2010?
Yes, given the fact that was used in the water fix, I would agree with that.
And if we could scroll up just a tiny bit, Ms. Mullen, and would you agree that this analysis that we're looking at is from 2016?
It was included in the 2016 EIR. When the analysis was actually conducted, I'm not aware of.
And Mr. Burke, I did not see in your list of documents reviewed anything related to the Delta Conveyance Project EIR as it relates to intake site evaluation. Is that accurate?
The only document that I reviewed that was directly related to the Delta Conveyance project was a DWR 00015, which was their site identification and evaluation memo.
But that's not part of the EIR, correct?
No, it isn't.
And the Delta Conveyance, the DCDCA is a separate entity from the Department of Water Resources, correct?
I'm not sure what the relationship is with DWR.
So just to summarize, it's fair to say that you did not look at any of the evaluation of site intakes that are contained within the Delta Conveyance Project EIR.
I didn't review the EIR analysis for this, for my testimony, only the DCA analysis for what they used, which ended up being the preferred alternative in the EIR.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for answering my questions today.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
So if we could go to redirect briefly.
Well, let me just make sure that there are no other questions
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry.
I presume there are not, but does anyone else have questions for Mr. Burke? And I do not. So then with that, to you, Mr. Brodsky, on redirect.
And Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to DWR 00015, PDF page 1. And so this memo is dated December 23rd, 2021.
That's correct.
And it says here, it says here in a paragraph, the paragraph under 1.1 background, the last sentence, Appendix A is a copy of Appendix 3F, intake location analysis from the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, California Water Fix, final EIRS, DWR 2016, and includes a detailed history of the work of the FFTT and the associated efforts to define the previously considered intake site locations. Have I read that correctly?
Objection, this appears to be outside the scope of my cross-examination. I did ask about the meaning of this memo and about dates.
You just asked about the dates, right? Where are you going with this, Mr. Brodsky?
Well, where I'm going with this is that Ms. Morris's questions were aimed at that these documents we've been looking are not really relevant to the process by which the final intake site location was determined.
I did not ask that question. I asked if Mr. Burke reviewed the DCP EIR intake site analysis, and he said no. This appears to be far afield.
I think what, Ms. Brodsky, where we're going with this is that this sounds like the line that you're going on sounds like it'd be appropriate for closing briefs or something to that effect to explain how all these documents relate to the currently proposed project, and you can make that connection there.
How they all fit together. And you prefer that to be in a closing brief?
Please.
Okay, we can do that quite easily.
Good.
Okay, that's fair enough then.
Thank you. Is there anything else?
Not of Mr. Burke at this time.
Mr. Burke. Wonderful, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Burke. It's good to see you again. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and you are excused.
Thank you. Good to see you again too. Have a good afternoon.
And I believe next, Mr. Brodsky, we have Ms. Whaley. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I will look to the hearing team, 1 to elevate Ms. Carroll, and then 2 to elevate Ms. Whaley. And then I see Ms. Meserve. You are here and look like you have something to say, please.
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I'd just like to make a comment about, I believe, what is becoming a pattern on the part of DWR in this hearing to try to separate itself from the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority documents and statements that I believe is improper and confusing to the record. DWR has entered into a joint exercise of powers agreement with the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority to design and construct the very project that is the subject of this hearing.
I think, and just to pause, Ms. Meserve, I think I understand this, and
Okay.
also, once again, appropriate probably for closing briefs, but I think I do understand exactly what you're getting at here.
Yeah, I'm concerned that saying that, the documents that were the subject of this direct exam were somehow not, the document we were looking at, for instance, DWR put in the record and was a DWR exhibit and was simply was a former version of a document that was in fact cited in the EIR. So I just believe it's very confusing within this record to have DWR try to, when convenient, try to separate itself from those documents and statements.
I understand that it may be confusing. I think that, once again, the best way to sort this out is closing briefs to the extent it needs to be addressed. I imagine our briefing will include reply briefs. So if this confusion continues in DWR's closing briefs, you can address it that way. I mean, that's well down the road from where we are here. But your point is understood. Thank you. And with that, Ms. Carroll, I understand you are joining us now, Mr. Brodsky, and then we have Ms. Whaley. I will administer the oath here. Ms. Whaley, good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. You too.
If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Brodsky.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Whaley.
Hi, Mr. Bratsky.
And let's see, let's pull up your testimony, which is HCC SCDA 015.
I have 010.
010. Sorry about that. I was just going to ask her if there were any citation corrections, and I made a citation error in asking that question. So there you go.
Yes, there is a correction to the testimony on PDF page 7, 51 and 52. It should be HCC SCDA 15 instead of the number 16.
Okay, to get that, can we move to the next one then?
Please, I got it.
Okay, great. Ms. Whaley, could you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yeah, I'm the co-owner and operator of the Willow Ballroom. It's an event venue located in Hood along the Sacramento River. In addition, I'm a licensed California real estate agent. With the Willow, I host and coordinate weddings, corporate events, and private gatherings. My responsibilities include overseeing daily operations, managing vendors and client contracts, maintaining financial records, and then ensuring that all events run smoothly from start to finish.
Okay, thank you. And a little bit about your experience and knowledge of the California Delta, Hood, and the communities surrounding Hood.
Yeah. So I grew up on Sutter Island, which is in Cortland, in the heart of the Delta, and have a lifelong familiarity with the area. I know the communities of Cortland, Hood, Clarksburg, Walnut Grove, Locke, Freeport very intimately, as well as the rural landscape that connects them. And just living and working here has given me a deep understanding of the Delta's unique challenges and opportunities.
Okay, thank you. And could you give us a little more detail about the Willow Ballroom and about Hood and the surrounding area? You may ask
Yeah.
Miss Mullen to pull up any of the photographs or other items submitted with your testimony if you like.
Yeah. Miss Mullen, hi, how are you? If you could pull up HCCSCDA number 11, we can start there. Okay, so the Willow Ballroom is located within the historic structures shown in the foreground of the photograph. Running perpendicular to the building is Hood Franklin Road, which serves as the main route through the town of Hood, connecting to I-5. The community stretches on either side of the road, where you see the cluster of red roof buildings, and then the other side beneath the canopy of trees. Where you see that car on the far right is Highway 160 that runs the other up and down the river, if you will. And then surrounding Hood, you'll see farmland. Beyond that, the areas of the Delta tranquil landscape, if you will. And then let's pull up HCC SCDA number 12. So this photograph was taken from an event, beautiful, upriver from Hood, looking upstream near intake B, and it captures the surrounding vineyards, orchards, and sweeping landscapes of the Delta. Next photo, let's see, HCSCDA 13. Another aerial shot of the Willow Ballroom and town of Hood. And off to the left, there is our local trailer park as well. And lastly, HCCSCDA 18. And if you'll just scroll down just a tiny bit, that's an overview of the property in Hood where the Willow Ballroom is, our outdoor ceremony site and event space, and just kind of a nice view of what that all looks like in Hood.
Okay, thank you. And now if we could just focus on the Willow Ballroom. What is the Willow Ballroom?
It's a wedding and event venue located on the riverfront community of Hood. Heading into our 10th year, the Willow Ballroom has been recognized as one of Sacramento's premier event destinations, earning recognition in Sacramento Wedding Magazine and then some with various platforms online, consistently praised for its beauty and atmosphere. Guests often describe it as a hidden gem, a peaceful riverside escape just a few miles south of Sacramento, surrounded by farmland and Delta scenery. The venue is repurposed, as I mentioned, into an elegant experience with exposed columns and beams and chandeliers throughout. In keeping with the historic nature and industrial setting. Many visitors leave with a deeper appreciation of the Delta after touring the venue and its surroundings. And I think that a lot of the success of the Willow Ballroom has played a meaningful role in revitalizing Hood and supporting local commerce through the Delta, bringing new life and attention to this historic place.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell us about your familiarity, if any, with what is sometimes referred to as the Delta Tunnel Project?
Yes, so I'm generally familiar with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, which then became the California Water Fix Project, which is now the Delta Conveyance Project. All were and are attempts to plan a tunnel and tunnels to carry Sacramento River water under and around the Delta, with the deep CP being the latest iteration.
Okay, thank you. And what, if any, concerns do you have about the Delta Conveyance project?
A lot of concerns, but primarily the location of the intakes being as close as they are to Hood, and the construction impacts that will devastate the community of Hood, the Willow Ballroom, and that general area.
Okay. And what, if any, efforts have you made to express your concerns about the intake locations to Delta Conveyance Project authorities?
I sat as a member of the DCA Stakeholder Engagement Committee, participating in public meetings and providing written comments to express concerns, primarily about the proposed intake locations and their impacts to Hood and the surrounding Delta communities. I understood that its purpose was to represent and convey the perspectives of Delta businesses and residents in the planning of the proposed Delta Conveyance, also referred to as the tunnel project.
Okay. And what happened at the SEC when you raised moving the intake locations?
So I was told that the intake locations were primarily driven by the fisheries agencies, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Marine Fisheries Service. Catherine Mellon, who was the executive director of the DCA at that time, told me that the fisheries agencies drove the intake siting process to rule out all locations except for 2, 3, and 5. 2, 3, and 5 were the labels used when the project was water fix. And then when we transitioned to the Delta Conveyance project, the labels were changed to letters. And so then it became intakes B and C, which were 3 and 5 under water fix, which ultimately became their final decision.
Okay. And did you do anything to follow up when Ms. Mallon told you that the fisheries agencies were driving it to 2, 3, and 5?
I wrote a letter to Ms. Mallon reiterating my concerns and asking for a detailed response to questions about how intake locations were determined, and insisted that the DCA consider moving the intakes because of their close proximity to Hood.
Okay. And could we please pull up, Ms. Mullen, please, HCC SCDA-015. And what is this?
This is the letter that I wrote to Ms. Mellon.
Okay. And what specifics did you ask? Is it Mullen or Mallon? I guess we don't know.
I think it's Mallon.
Mallon. What specifics did you ask Ms. Mallon to address in the letter?
I specifically asked who at the fisheries agencies made the intake decisions and when. I asked how they considered the effects of the intake location at Hood. I asked for a representative of the fisheries agencies to come to an SEC meeting and explain what the constraints were and siting criteria were being applied to their intake location decisions. I also pointed out that 6 and 7 had been identified by the fish facilities technical team as suitable intake locations. Additionally, the Sacramento County Water Agency pointed out that using intake 6 and 7 would also reduce impacts. And finally, that the Delta Protection Commission had pointed out that because the intakes have such significant impacts on Delta communities, that the location of the intake should be revisited with impacts to Delta communities given appropriate weight in the decision-making process.
Okay. And then what happened after you sent the letter?
I never received a satisfactory response to my questions or my concerns.
Okay. And let's see what do I want next. Okay, so just one second here. And then what did you do then? What did you do next?
I resigned from the SEC board.
Okay. And then could we see HCC SCDA 017? What is this?
My resignation letter.
What reasons did you give for resigning?
Ultimately, after attending and sitting through all the hours of panels and presentations, the committee hadn't fostered genuine engagement. We weren't ever really given the meaning or given the opportunity to provide meaningful input. Instead, we were informed of what would be done and how it would be carried out when other alternatives were proposed, such as different intake locations. Our suggestions were dismissed and we were discouraged from expressing views that didn't align with whatever was being presented through the duration of the process. From the outset, it was clear that our participation was symbolic rather than substantive, and we weren't permitted to draw upon our firsthand experience and deep knowledge of the Delta. So that pretty much sums up
Okay.
why I resigned.
Okay, very good. And could we then please bring up HCC SCDA 014? Trouble with my screen here. Let's see here. There we go. Right. I don't see S014 on my screen. Is that up for you folks to look at?
It is up, yes.
Okay,
We
and
are
it's
looking at it.
okay. It's a slide that says SEC feedback guidance, just to make sure we've got the right exhibit up.
Correct.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
what I'm seeing.
All right, very good. And what is this?
This was a slide from one of their presentations.
Okay, and there at the left-hand side, the language there, the third sentence down, it says the siting of the intakes is largely a regulatory process, and thus input on potential alternate locations is not being solicited from the SEC. And is this one of the slides that was shown to you or a handout given to you at the SEC meetings?
Yes, that's correct.
And is this part of the thing that prompted you to ask Ms. Mallon about what that regulatory process was?
That's correct.
Okay. And could we pull up again HCC SCDA 015, which is your letter, detailed letter that you wrote to Ms. Mallon? And there, the next to the last paragraph at the bottom, It says, Ms. Mallon, at the January 26, 2020 Stakeholder Engagement Committee meeting, you told us that, quote, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service,
Hold
and
on,
the
Mr. Mr. Brodsky, we're trying to find what
Oh,
you're.
okay,
What
I'm sorry.
page?
For some reason, I'm probably clicked the wrong button somewhere. I'm not seeing the exhibits when they come up.
If you make your screen a little bit bigger, you should just be able to
Okay,
see
let's try
everything.
that. I have them printed out on my desk. Let's see. Well, if you can just let me know when you get it up, then I'll
Well,
proceed.
it's up. I'm just not sure what page you were on when you jumped into the quote.
It's a one-page, SCDA 014 is a one-page.
Oh, we want 014. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Mullen, if we can go to 014. There
Oh,
we
no,
go.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My mistake. We already had 014. Now we're on 015.
Yes, that's
My
where we
mistake.
were.
What page? What
And
page
then
are
we're
you
on
looking
PDF
at?
page 2. And then the next,
I see it. Ms.
got
Mallon,
it?
January 26th,
Yeah.
2020
Yeah.
SEC meeting. Yes. And
And
now
then
I'm granted. Thank you.
go to page 2, PDF page 2.
Yes, we're there.
And then the next to the last paragraph, I'll read from. Ms. Mallon, at the January 26, 2020 Stakeholder Engagement Committee meeting, you told us that, quote, the State Department of Fish and Wildlife, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the National Marine Fisheries Service are the primary drivers for identifying constraints and citing criteria for these intakes, end quote. And in your testimony, you said that she had told you this, and this was just a part of your follow-up to basically document and follow up with her on what she had told you verbally. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, okay. And so she told you that that these fisheries agencies and did you have doubts at that time that what Ms. Mallon was telling you about the fisheries agencies and a regulatory process being the primary drivers of the sightings of the intakes?
Yeah. Everything just felt very disingenuous. The committee was run to prevent us from giving meaningful input. And so I just felt like it was sort of kicking the can down the road with not engaging with us.
And did you hear the testimony of Mr. Burke, who was on just before you?
Yes.
And his comments about the fisheries agencies and location 6 and 7?
Yes.
And how does that make you feel about what Ms. Mallon was telling you back then when you were on the committee?
Basically that she wasn't telling the truth.
Okay. And
that it was DWR that effectively determined the actual intake locations.
And what, if anything, does that inform you about DWR and the Stakeholder Engagement Committee actual intent as far as engaging with Delta residents and Delta stakeholders?
That it wasn't the collaborative process that it was postured to be, and it was just a continuation of broken promises to earnestly engage the stakeholders.
Okay. I think that is all I have at this time. Let me just double check here. I think that's all I have for Ms. Whaley at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. Then I will look to Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Ms. Whaley?
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Whaley. My name is Ann Carroll. I'm
Hi,
General
Ann.
Counsel for DWR. It's nice to meet you.
You too.
So Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up HCC SCDA 110? And I'll just have this for you, Ms. Whaley, if you need to refer to your testimony as I ask you some questions.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yeah. And if we could go to PDF page 4, Ms. Mullen, please. And Ms. Whaley, you've testified that you've attended all of the meetings for the SEC, but did you attend the SEC meeting on December 9th, 2020?
To my knowledge, I was at every meeting.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 1159? And while Ms. Mullen pulls this up, Ms. Whaley, are you familiar that minutes were kept for all of the SEC meetings?
Yes, I am familiar with that.
Okay. And do you recognize this document as minutes from one of those meetings?
Yes.
And is it for December 9th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could scroll to item 2, please. Can you see here that it notes that you were not in attendance at this meeting?
Yes, I do see that. I must have been sick.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall if you attended the SEC meeting on April 28th, 2021?
I do not.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page 21 of this document, please. And Ms. Whaley, can you see that this is the minutes for the SEC meeting on
Yes.
April 28th, 2021? And Ms. Mullen, could we
Yes.
please scroll down to item 2? And then again, Ms. Whaley, can you see that the minutes note that you are not in attendance?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you aware, did you attend the SEC meeting on June 23rd, 2021?
June 23rd, 2021. I'm not totally sure.
Okay, great. Ms. Mullen, can you please go to page 43? And again, Ms. Whaley, these are the minutes for the SEC meeting on June 23rd, 2021.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And it's small. Please feel free to ask to zoom in if you need to. Ms. Mullen, can you please scroll down to item 2? And again, Ms. Whaley, can you see that the minutes show you were not in attendance at the meeting?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DWR 1160? And Ms. Whaley, I'll represent to you that I pulled this document from the DCA's website and it's been uploaded to the Hearing FTP site. Thank you. And are you familiar with the meeting materials for the SEC committee meeting, such as these?
I am familiar from when they were presented.
Okay. And then would you agree that for the SEC meeting on November 13, 2019, that the general purpose of the SEC meetings were to get feedback for technical engineering and discussing measures to offset effects and to connect community groups?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And do you happen to recall if Ms. Carrie Buckman gave a presentation at that meeting?
This was some of our first meetings. I remember being at Delta Diamond in Isleton. I do remember. I remember Miss Buckman being one of the presenters, if you will.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, could you please go to PDF page 28? Okay. And do you recall that Ms. Buckman's presentation clarified that the CEQA process for the Delta Conveyance project is separate and distinct from the SEC committee process?
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. So do you recall that Ms. Buckman explained in her presentation that the CEQA process, the California Environmental Quality Act process for the Delta Conveyance project, is separate and distinct from the SEC committee process?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. And then do you recall if it was explained that the committee was not the proper forum for debates or deliberations regarding whether or not DWR should undertake the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Were you ever required to say that you supported the Delta Conveyance project in order to participate in the SEC meetings?
No.
And then, Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to HCC SCDA 110, PDF page 8.
Do you mean 010?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. And Ms. Whaley, you were discussing your reasons for resigning from the SEC here. What do you mean by making repeated efforts?
I think when the technical presentations were gone through, if you will, we were not allowed to collaborate or to give input, but rather just sit and listen, and as they went through their technical presentations. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And
Okay.
thanks for the comments that you made predominantly about the location of the intakes.
Yes.
And do you recall if you've reviewed the SEC member question and comment tracking master log?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DWR 10? Oh, that's very small. Ms. Mullen, would you please help us by zooming in? Oh, and maybe we won't be able to get all of this on screen at one time. Ms. Whaley, is that the tracking log that we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay. And in reviewing this tracking log, would it be accurate to say that you've submitted or 11 questions or comments that you made were recorded in this log?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to HCC SCDA 10, PDF page 2. Ms. Whaley, you talk about the communities of Clarksburg, Walnut Grove, Locke, Cortland, Freeport as a rural landscape. Is that correct?
Yes.
Should these areas be treated as a whole when looking at the effects on communities?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, oh, we can leave this, thank you. Ms. Whaley, do you know how far away the intakes that are proposed are from Hood?
Yes, they are north of Hood, half a mile at Scribner Bend, and south of Hood, less than half a mile. I could point them out on a map if you'd like.
Yes, Ms. Mullen, would it be helpful to pull up DWR 713, please? And if we could please scroll down, Ms. Mullen, and possibly, there we go, zoom out. Ms.
So
Whaley,
yeah, go ahead, sorry.
is this helpful for you as a map to point out the intakes?
Yeah, totally. So Hood, you'll see right there with all of our lovely community that lives there. And then north of Hood on the right side, the east side of the river, it's kind of I'm not seeing the full thing, but you'll see that large intake, the gray, and then south of Hood, on the east side of the river, you'll see the intake there as well.
And Ms. Mullen, could you scroll down just slightly, please?
Are we going the right direction, Ms. Carroll?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. And sorry, I'm looking up. I have a bigger screen in front of me so I can see the map better. And Ms. Whaley, when you say your community of Hood, is that represented by the collection of brown dots below
It
the
is.
west? Thank you. And if we were standing in the community of Hood, would you be able to see the intakes?
Yes.
Both of them?
The one north of Hood, assuming all that farmland is decimated and all the crops and everything is no longer, you can see those intakes because it's a valley, if you will. And then I don't think you'd be able to see the one south of Hood. Definitely can hear it though.
And then on this map, can you identify the location of the Willow Ballroom?
Yeah, so as I understand this map, the brown dots are residences. And then if you're able to zoom in, the Willow Ballroom property is along the river.
Can you please specify where along the river?
Yeah, so if you want to just keep zooming in there, all the way on the west end of Hood there, where you see the kind of buildings along the water.
Okay.
Is
So
that
where
clear enough?
I'll do one more question.
Okay.
So it says Hood on the map. If I go to the left and slightly left and right on the river, that would be the Willow Ballroom?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Whaley, in your testimony on PDF page 6, you reference HCC SCDA 15. And I believe that is your letter to Ms. Mallon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up HCC SCDA 15, please, and go to page 3. And I believe on this page, Ms. Whaley, you reference the Water Effects EIR Appendix 3F, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
What page are we on? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Page
it's okay.
3.
Yeah,
Page
page 3 of HCC SCDA 15.
Got it.
And Ms. Whaley, did you review that appendix?
Just this section that applied
to what?
Applied to the point that I was trying to make regarding this smaller intakes, meaning less land
I
needed.
want to object. I'm sorry, I was a little slow, but this is a quotation. She's quoting a letter from somebody else. It didn't say that she is representing anything about 3F. It says for alternative locations, Sacramento County suggested, and now she's quoting from Sacramento County.
What is your objection to the question, Mr. Brodsky?
Well, the original question is that you said Appendix 3F does this and that. And that's not what the letter says. The letter says Sacramento County said.
No, I did not. I asked that. I said you reference this
Okay.
in your letter to Ms. Mallon. Is that correct? And then I said, did you review that appendix?
Okay.
I believe
Thank
she
you.
answered
I
yes.
misheard then. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Okay. Just making sure. Let's see. Get back to my spot. Ms. Whaley, do you recall if there was a presentation at the January 22nd, 2020 SEC meeting on the intakes?
I don't recall it specifically from that date, but I'm sure there was.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could please pull up HCC SCDA 14, Ms. Mullen. And Ms. Whaley, looking at that separate paragraph there, do you agree that this page was requesting input from SEC members?
Yes.
Okay, did you provide any input in response to this request?
I did. I submitted comments to some of the meeting minutes. I think it was within that log that you had previously pulled from 12.8.
Great, thank you. And in preparing your testimony, Ms. Whaley, and Ms. Mullen, if we could go back to 110 PDF page 9. Ms. Whaley, in preparing your testimony, did you review the EIR chapter on noise and vibration?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that pile driving will be limited to the hours between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.?
Yes, I am aware. The large window.
Are you aware that the duration of impact pile driving time is 18 hours total for construction of the intake?
Yes, I am familiar.
Okay. Are you aware that active pile installation drive time is 2 minutes per pile?
I'm not.
Would you understand that active pile installation drive time at 2 minutes per pile means that it's not continuous?
Okay.
And then if we could please go to HCC SCDA 11. And Ms. Whalen, I may have missed this when you were referencing this picture, but could you please clarify for me which building along the river is the Willow Ballroom?
So the Willow Ballroom is located, it's the second building, the taller one with the 40-foot ceilings there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, going, north to south, it's the second one.
Okay, so it's the second set of buildings with the gray roofs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could go to HCC SCDA 12, please. Ms. Whaley, do you know if this picture was taken with a drone?
It was.
Would you be able to have this view if you were standing at ground level at the Willow Ballroom?
No, this is like 100 feet up.
Thank you.
Or more.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I said or more, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. In the last month, how many events have been held at the Willow Ballroom between the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday through Friday?
So on average, we do events. Sorry, this is a roundabout a little bit, but on average, we do events, anywhere from Thursday to Sunday. We do events during the week as well. Events on site start at 4 p.m. So ceremonies, people are having their ceremonies either within the space or on the water. And I would say we average about 2 a week in the slower season, but we do on average monthly, I guess, to answer your question. We probably do anywhere from 10 to 12 events.
And all of those events would start no earlier than 4 p.m.?
It depends on the nature of the event. For weddings, ceremonies start. We do have nonprofit events and community meetings that utilize our space throughout the week. And they can start as early as 8 a.m. and go till 8 p.m., just depending on the nature of the event.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused by your reference to your events. So Thursday through Sunday events typically are 4 p.m. and later?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Monday through Wednesday?
Yeah, Monday. It can be Monday through Friday as well. It really truly just depends on the nature of the client and their needs. We'll have funerals or community events or local agencies that utilize the space for meetings, that kind of thing. Is that clear?
Yes, and you said that if those events occur, those would generally be between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. And then of those events, you say there are about 10 to 12 events in a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many of these would you say are indoors?
Depending on the season, I would say most.
Most being more than 50%?
Yes.
Okay. And you also mentioned events on the water. And Ms. Mullen, maybe if we could go back to HCC SCDA 11. Ms. Whaley, what do you mean by on the water?
So if you could, Miss Mullen, if you could pull HCC SCDA 18, that's an aerial view of the property. And so there you'll see on the north side of the property, if you scroll in, we have artificial turf up there. And so we'll have cocktail hours and ceremonies up there along the water.
Okay, so you don't literally mean on the water, you mean adjacent to the river.
Correct.
Okay. And since we have 18 up, can you see the river from that event space?
Yes. You can see behind me is that view. I don't know if you can see that, but
Oh, your background for
my background is a view from, yeah, right up there.
Okay, so those trees right there along the edge of the river don't block your view to the river.
Correct.
Okay. And is this the outdoor event space?
This is our outdoor ceremony cocktail hour option.
And about how many events would you say are held in this outdoor event space?
I would probably say like 15 a year.
Okay. And would those generally occur Thursday through Sunday?
Yes.
So those would generally occur from 4 p.m. and later, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And Ms. Whaley, would you agree that the website for the Willow Ballroom is an integral part of your marketing?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up DWR 1161, please. And Ms. Whaley, do you see that purple colored text in the middle of this page? And before you answer, I'll represent that I pulled up this screenshot using the Microsoft Bing search engine using the phrase the Willow Ballroom. Does this accurately show your business, the Willow Ballroom?
It does.
Okay. Now having established that, do you see that purple colored text?
Yes, that's our website there.
Okay. And did you choose the text that states Sacramento's dreamiest indoor venue?
I did.
Okay. And then just one more clarifying question on timing. You mentioned that those 15 events in the outdoor space, are those consolidated in a particular season or are those throughout the year?
They're really contingent upon whether I have a client that's getting married in December that would like to do an outdoor ceremony along the water, but it'll be a game time decision, obviously. So, yeah, that's
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, primarily April through kind of October is that season to be outside.
Lovely. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Whaley. That's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. I will look to the room. Is there anyone with additional questions for Ms. Whaley? And if I were planning a wedding or an outdoor event, I would have questions, but I'm not, unfortunately. I'm going to be here in front
We
of
can talk offline.
With that, back to you, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, thank you. And redirect. Let me just take a look here. All right. Could we go to DWR 00804?
Objection, 804 was not part of my cross.
Well, you referenced the measures that pile driving would be limited to hours between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. and so forth. And it's in this document that the qualifications to that are expressed by DWR.
I will allow that redirect, I believe.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and go to
All right.
your next step.
So 804, the first page, I'm just identifying the document that we're looking at, Delta Conveyance Project Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. And then could we go to the next page, which is the table of contents of this document. And it shows there Chapter 2 is Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Plan, Roles and Responsibilities. And then Chapter 3, Table 1 is the Delta Conveyance Project Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program. So I want to take a look at both of those things. I'm just trying to put them in context here. Okay, so if we could look at
Hearing Officer Kinsey, to the extent that the witness doesn't have familiarity with this document, I'd like to object.
Noted. I'm going to see where we're going with this, but
okay. So let's take a look at if we could take a look at DWR 00804 PDF page 108. Do we have that up?
yes, we do.
Okay. And then under best noise control practices, it says their pile driving will be limited to the hours between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And that is the same limitation that Ms. Carroll showed you earlier regarding a limitation on pile driving and asked you if you were aware of it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then let's go to that same document, PDF page 10. Well, let me just back up a minute. I'm sorry. Let's go. We were on page 108. Let's go back to page 107.
And we have that here. Is there a particular
Okay. And then up in the left-hand corner, it says MM number, which I'll represent means mitigation and monitoring number. And it says NOI-1, develop and implement a noise control plan. And so that is then where, if we scroll to the next page, that is where that limitation from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., it comes in under that heading. It's part of that mitigation measure NOI-1. Okay, and then I'd like to go to PDF page 10 of that same document.
I'd like to object. There's no pending question.
Yes, I think we're still waiting for it.
Right, it's coming here. It's just coming right here. PDF page 10. And do we have that up?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then if we look there at line 8 to 11, it says DWR may refine the means by which mitigation measures are implemented as long as alternative means will be equally or more effective. If a mitigation measure is altered, DWR would determine whether the changes require subsequent CEQA compliance, end quote. So do you understand that mitigation measure that Ms. Mullen pointed out to you from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. can be altered according to this?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, and then let's go down to lines 15 to 16. It says, describes the table 1, which is where we're looking at that mitigation measure was under. It says table 1 describes implementation and monitoring procedural guidance, responsibilities, and timing for each mitigation measure identified in the final EIR. And so do you understand that this text above, that the DWR may refine and alter mitigation measures to apply to all the mitigation measures in the EIR?
So how I interpret this is whatever measures are taken, there's still going to be a significant impact.
Okay. But more specifically here, it says that table 1, which is where we were looking at that mitigation measure regarding noise, includes each mitigation measure identified in the final EIR. And then up above, it says DWR may refine the means by which mitigation measures are implemented. And so do you understand that DWR may refine the means by which mitigation measures are implemented would apply to all the mitigation measures in the EIR?
Without having to go through the CEQA compliance?
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then let's take a look at let's take a look at AHO 1183, PDF page 65. Okay. And there at the top of the page at line 1, it says construction-related noise would exceed daytime and nighttime noise level criteria at intakes. And then down below at lines 15 to 16, it says the impact due to construction noise is determined to be significant and unavoidable after mitigation. So do you understand that to mean that those mitigation measures that are listed, and that some of which Miss Carroll pointed out to you, that DWR's projection is that after those mitigation measures are implemented, the impact due to construction noise will still be significant and unavoidable?
Objection
Yes.
outside the scope of cross.
I think that's right, Mr. Brodsky. Ms. Carroll, as I recall, Ms. Carroll asked with respect to, I didn't write it down, but pile driving in particular. But you can correct me if I'm misremembering.
Well, she asked about pile driving, and she pointed to the mitigation measure for pile driving. And this line at the top that says construction-related noise would exceed daytime and nighttime noise levels at the intakes, that's where the pile driving is. I mean, I can track
Okay.
through the document and show you all the pages.
I'll allow it for now. Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay, and so the question was then, it says the impact due to construction noise is determined to be significant and unavoidable after mitigation. And then my question to Ms. Whaley is that she was shown a number of mitigation measures there, including ours. Do you understand this to mean that even after those mitigation measures are implemented, the impact from construction noise will still be significant and unavoidable after the mitigation?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'd like to go to Ms. Carroll asked about the understanding of the CEQA process and that the Delta stakeholder engagement committee was always represented to be about technical details and so forth, and not about the broader concerns that Miss Whaley was raising. So with respect to that, I would like to call up, let me get to it here.
Objection to the extent that Mr. Brodsky characterized it as always.
Always is not a good word. Take out the always and leave the rest of the question. Okay, let's see here. So, okay, yeah, I want to go to, let me just find this. Okay. Let's go to HCC SCDA-076, PDF page 1. Okay, and we have that up. And this is from the Department of Water Resources. It's titled Delta Conveyance Next Steps, and it's published June 13th, 2019. And there in the first paragraph, it says, Governor Newsom has stated that he supports a single tunnel building on the planning and analysis for modernized conveyance in the Delta done to date, with an increased focus on how to make the project work for Delta communities.
Objection as to being outside the scope of cross.
I'm wondering where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with it is that this document, if we scroll down here, promises a collaborative process, engagement with Delta stakeholders, a dialogue, and that was what the stakeholder engagement committee was supposed to be, and telling people when they try to raise a concern, engage in a dialogue, to go submit a written process to the CEQA process. That means this is never going to happen. This will not happen. Let's stay away from never and always.
I understand your arguments, Mr. Brodsky,
Yeah.
but on the pure question of whether this is within the scope of cross-examination, I think Ms. Carroll, as I understood, obtained Ms. Whaley's testimony that she understood the limitations on the relationship between the SEC process and CEQA, and I'm not sure, how does your question relate to?
Well, Ms. Whaley's testimony is that she understood when she first was asked to join the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, she understood that it would be a collaborative process, and that would be in her written testimony.
I think you should move on to the next line of question, Mr. Brodsky.
I'm sorry?
I don't see the relationship here. I think this is outside the scope of Ms. Carroll's questioning. I mean, and when we've heard from Ms. Whaley, I mean, she's made those points in her testimony.
Okay. I guess Yeah, I mean, this is documentary evidence that her understanding that it was supposed to be a collaborative process is in fact what was promised.
I understand that, and that's in her
Okay.
testimony, and this is in the, well,
All right.
it's, you've offered it.
Fair
in-
enough. Let's
so,
move on then.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see. Ms. Carroll showed her a map of the of hood next to the intakes. I believe it was DWR 0711. See if that's correct. No, that's not the right. Let me just ask then for, let me just see if I have the right one here. If we could have DWR 00712.
It sounds like, are you looking for the map, Mr. Brodsky? I'm told by my team that the map is 0713.
Okay, so I'd like to look at both.
Which would you like?
713 and 712. We could look at 713 first.
And hearing officer, I object to the use of 712 as that was not within my cross.
Well, if we can look at 713, I'll try to demonstrate why it is. So we'll start with the document that you showed. So it's 00 DWR dash 00713.
And here we are.
Okay, let me just move my screen over there a little bit. Okay, this is 00713. And I believe Miss Carroll asked about those dots, the brown dots, and asked if they were outside of the shaded area of the influence of the intakes. Did I remember that correctly?
Objection, that's outside of my cross. I did not ask that question.
Okay, you showed this map as a demonstration of the relationship of the intakes to hood. Did I understand that correctly?
Is that a question to Ms. Whaley?
Yes, Miss Whaley,
Yes.
did you okay.
Yes, that's how I understood her question.
Okay, and then I'd like to take a look at DWR 00712.
Hearing officer Kinsey, I object. This was outside of my scope of cross.
Let's see what the question is.
Okay, does this 712 to you, Miss Whaley, visually portray a more accurate understanding of your the relationship to the closeness and impact of the intakes to hood than 713 did?
Objection, I didn't ask about the impacts to Hood. I merely used the map for location of the intakes in relation to the town of Hood.
I think that's right, Mr. Brodsky. This is outside of the scope of cross. This was
Okay.
for used in geography.
Okay. And then let's go to Ms. Carroll asked about 18 hours of impact pile driving and 2 minutes per pile and so forth. So let's go to that. And that is going to be okay. So let's take a look here. Salter. Okay. Okay, could we see AHO 1183 PDF page 32? And then we need to scroll down a bit to the so we can see the chart there. That's good. They're very good right there. Thank you very much, Ms. Mullen. Okay, and I believe this is the chart that Ms. Carroll showed you there where it says 18 hours total driving time or 2 minutes per pile. Is that correct? Is that what you were shown?
Objection, I did not show this figure to Ms. Whaley.
Noted, but we can go forward.
Okay. So this does say here 18 hours total driving time or 2 minutes per pile, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it says above that, vibratory pile driving, cofferdam, training walls, foundation piers, and it says next to that 21 months for each intake. Is that correct?
Objection, I didn't ask about vibratory pile driving in my cross.
No, but it's relevant to how long, this is to demonstrate how long the impact driving is going to go on.
I'm going to allow the question.
Okay.
Please, really.
So that does say vibratory pile driving, cofferdam training walls, foundation piers, and then it says 21 months for each intake. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then if we go to, if we could see AHO 1183 PDF page 31. Okay, yes, that's it. So then if we look there at lines 3 to 5, the top, it says it is expected that for each pile, impact driving would be required for a period of 2 minutes, and vibratory driving would be used for the remainder of the time. Is that correct? Have I read that
Yes.
correctly? Okay.
Yes.
And then down below that, at line 20 to 21, it says assuming an impact driving time of 2 minutes per pile every 15 minutes. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we could go to HCC-SCDA 060. And that is, and go to PDF page 6. And then at,
This is not Ms. Whaley's testimony, and nor has this witness testified in this hearing.
he will, and it's been submitted.
Well, let's see what the question is.
Okay, so if we look at paragraph 25, it says the EIR describes the pattern of noise to be impact pile driving for 2 minutes every 15 minutes, with vibratory driving between periods of impact driving. And then it references AHO 1183 FER page 24-31, which is what we just looked at. And then it goes on to say this presents an irritating pattern of noise. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and so then if we go back.
So, Mr. Brodsky, I'd ask you too on this. Please do ask Ms. Whaley, other than just reading
Okay.
witness's testimony, if there's something specific for Ms. Whaley.
Yes, I will.
Please.
Okay, and so then if we go back to HO 1183 PDF page 32, and where it says vibratory pile driving, cofferdams, training walls, etc., total duration 21 months for each intake. After seeing those, may I ask the question?
Please ask the question.
Yeah. After seeing those other pages of the EIR, is it your understanding that a pattern of vibratory driving for 15 minutes and then impact driving for 2 minutes and then vibratory driving for 15 minutes will go on for 21 months at each intake?
I'm sorry, Ms. Whaley, you may have cut out. Will you repeat that?
Sorry, what was the question?
The question is after I showed you those pages from the IR just now, and
Right.
then looking at this, is it your understanding that there will be vibratory pile driving for 15 minutes, followed by impact driving for 2 minutes, followed by vibratory driving for 15 minutes, and so on, and that will go on for a period of 21 months for each intake?
Yes, it is my understanding.
Objection lacks foundation outside of scope of cross.
Noted. We're now through it.
Okay. And then the next thing is okay, so Miss Carroll asked, showed a picture of the outside area of the Willow Ballroom. Would it be possible to call that exhibit up again? There was a long list of things, and I'm doing it on the fly here, so I want to be sure to direct it correctly. Do you recall which exhibit that was? That it was a map or depiction of the outside area at the Willow Ballroom.
Ms. Mullen, do you recall the close? I think the one before, the picture we saw before that.
Maybe 13.
That one.
Okay.
Which is HCC SCDA 011. Or do we want this one? Which one do you want, Mr. Brodsky?
I'm not sure. The one that she was shown and asked a question.
Let's do was it
1-8. Let me see. 1-8 HCC SCDA
Yeah, that was it, I
018.
believe.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Willow Ballroom outdoor event area, and this is a photograph of the Willow Ballroom outdoor event area. Is that's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then I want to go to HCC. Let's see, Salter. HCC SCDA 063.
Objection outside of scope of cross.
Let's see what the question is.
Okay. The question is that there's a blue arrow with a notation, Willow Ballroom outdoor event area. Do you see that there, Miss Whaley? And then pointing to the river and Hood there.
Yes.
And is that, to your understanding, an accurate representation of where the outdoor event area is at the Willow Ballroom?
Yes.
Okay, that's the only question I have on that. Let me see if there's anything else that I missed. Okay. Miss Carroll asked you about missing several meetings at the Stakeholder Engagement Committee. Did you take the Stakeholder Engagement Committee seriously?
Yes.
And did you participate to the best of your ability at the meetings you attended?
Yes, with my background being not in anything as technical as most of the presentations, I did my best to engage and participate actively.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have on redirect at this time. Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Kenzie, for allowing me to a walk through the documents. I just, if I may say, the way the CIR and the documents are constructed, it's almost impossible to make any point by just looking at one page.
Noted. I have, and it's unfortunately not unique to this EIR, that problem. Thank you.
Okay.
My intent, Ms. Carroll, is to go to you for any recross, and then we will take a break. So I will look to you.
I hope to be short. Thank you. Ms. Whaley, you mentioned your lack of expertise. Do you have any expertise in conducting noise analysis?
I do not.
Okay. Are you involved in construction that involves pile driving?
I am not.
Do you have any experience with construction that requires vibratory pile driving?
I do not.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DWR 804? And while we do that, Ms. Whaley, do you have any experience with analyzing noise modeling?
Not on this scale, no.
On what scale?
I'm gonna retract that statement. I'm gonna say no.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could please go to page 10. Thank you. And you are there, and I'm not aware. Ms. Whaley, on line 9, do you see that alternatives to these mitigations measures are required to be equally or more effective?
I understand that, yes.
Okay, so is it your understanding that DWR could choose a not as equally or effective measure in doing mitigation?
Say that one more time.
Sure, that was really inartful, sorry.
No, that's okay.
So would it be possible for DWR to employ mitigation measures that are less effective than those that are cited here in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program?
Based on what I understand down with regards to the final EIR, which Michael spoke about on AHO 1183, page 65, tying to the equal or more effective mitigation measures, it's that there's still the impact is significant and unavoidable even after these mitigation measures.
Thank you. And Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 1183? That's page 65. And if we could go to lines, yes, right there, lines 17 and 18, I believe. Ms. Whaley, do you see that section there?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see on line 15 that the analysis of these impacts was conservative?
Mm-hmm.
And then on lines 17 and 18, do you see that if the improvements required to avoid significant impacts are accepted by all eligible property owners, impacts would be less than significant with mitigation?
So are you going to give everyone a water feature or headphones? I guess I understand the sentiment, but it's not really suitable.
And what is your basis for that suitability?
The quality of life and the constant noise and disruption living and working within the hood area.
But you said you're not a noise expert.
Not a noise expert, but I'm sensitive to sound. And so this is a way of saying that whatever measures are taken, it's still going to have significant impact.
You know what the measures that are being offered to the eligible property owners?
I am not familiar. I don't think.
Thank you. And if Ms. Mullen, we could go to page 32 of this document. I'm there, aren't I? Can you please scroll down to the table 24-9? Thank you. And Ms. Whaley, is it your understanding that the vibratorial pile driving will be continuous for the total of 21 months? So nonstop for 21 months?
Correct.
And then, Ms. Whaley, are you familiar with DWR permit terms that have been entered into for this hearing? That these are commitments that DWR is willing to make?
I'm not familiar, but yes,
Okay.
I acknowledge that.
Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up DWR 1101R permit term 10?
Do you have a page for permit term 10? I mean, we can scroll to it too, but
I'm sorry, I don't.
we can get there.
I'm hoping it's not that long.
Yep.
Probably 4. There we go. And Ms. Whaley, in reading that permit term, do you understand that DWR will develop and implement a noise control plan? And that we will be committing to those in accordance with FEIR MMNOI 1, which Mr. Brodsky just recently showed to you?
Okay.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll, and thank you very much, Ms. Whaley, for your time and joining us this afternoon in your testimony.
More redirect would not be permitted very, very quickly.
No, we're not going back and forth
Okay.
again.
All right.
Thank you,
Fair
Mr.
enough.
Brodsky.
It doesn't hurt that. You never know
That's
unless
true.
you ask, right?
That's true.
Okay.
But thank you very much for your time, Ms. Whaley, and your testimony, and very much appreciated, and you are excused.
Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. And with that, let's take a 10-minute break and come back at 2:58, please.
2:58. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. To our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And with that, I will look to see if we have Mr. Brodsky, and I understand that it's my understanding that Mr. Salter will be up with us next. So I'll look to Mr. Brodsky first to confirm that.
Unmute myself here.
There we go.
Unable to start video, your host cannot.
We may need to invite you to
Yeah, it won't let me on. Start my
I'll
video.
ask the team to please, there we go. Enable the video. We have you.
Okay, good. Yes, Mr. Salter would be next, and I believe he's in the waiting room.
He is here, yes. To the hearing team, please elevate Mr. Salter. Good afternoon, Mr. Salter. You're welcome to come on camera and off of mute.
Thank you.
And there we are. We can see you and hear you. I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Brodsky.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Salter. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up HCC SCDA 060? And Mr. Salter, is this your testimony in this matter?
Yes.
And then let me just for a moment with the hearing officer, we have about 4 minor corrections with page number citations and so forth. I think we should do it now because it might be confusing if we don't. So I'm sorry, it's going to take just a couple of minutes.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, Ms. Schultz. When we went over your testimony earlier, we discovered some citation errors, and I'd like to go over those with you and see if we can make those corrections. So at PDF page 4, line 16, where it says FEIR page 24-31, lines 6 to 7. That should be lines 18 to 22. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then next on PDF page 4 at line 26, where it says using the source noise data provided by the EIR of 110 dBA, wait a minute, H11, 2431. There should be a parenthetical citation of AHO 1183 page 24-31 after that 110 dBA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, can I just understand that it's to be inserted not at the end of a sentence, but on what is?
That was the intent, was to insert it after the 110 dBA.
Can you please state that citation again?
AHO Yeah, AHO 1183, page 24-31.
Any line citations or just the page number?
Let me just check here. I'm sorry for the delay on this. To 22. I'm sorry, Ms. Morris. Let's skip that one. I'm going to have to come back to that and submit something in writing. Okay. Then the next one was at PDF page 6. Lines 2 to 3. Where it says FER 2431, 16 to 22. That should be changed to the line numbers should be 3 to 5, semicolon, 20 to 22. Is that correct? Yeah. And that's what we have there. I apologize for that. That is my fault that those are wrong. Okay. Then I'd like to go to
And Mr. Brodsky, are you going to submit a corrected version of?
I will, and I'll double check that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, and then if we could go HCC SCDA 60 at PDF page 4. At pages 4 and 5 of your testimony here, this page and the next page, you provide an explanation of the LEQ, or hourly average sound level measurement, versus the LMAX, or maximum sound level measurement. Could you give us a summary of that?
Yes, the EIR discloses that sound levels at Hood will exceed 60 dBA due to pile driver noise using the LEQ sound level measure. The LEQ measure is hourly average. To understand the noise impacts that the community of Hood will be exposed to, is important to consider the LMAX metric, which is the maximum sound level that residents of Hood will be exposed to. The EIR does not address the maximum levels that will reach Hood. We calculated the sound level will reach most of Hood will be 70 dBA LMAX or more. We calculated that the sound level will be approximately 72 dBA LMAX at the Willow Ballroom. These levels are approximately 20 decibels more than the existing ambient daytime levels. These noise levels will require people to raise their voices to have an intelligible conversation. At a quiet event, such as a funeral or a wedding or gathering of one type or another, the intruding noise will be very annoying to most people. I would posit that it would be unacceptable, particularly outdoors.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Salter. And then could we go to AHO 1184, PDF page 1, please? And just to identify the document, this is the appendix to the EIR that contains the sound level contours. And could we go to PDF page 69, please? There we go. I can see it. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I don't believe this was cited in Dr. Salter. It's Dr. Salter, correct? Dr. Salter.
No, it's Charles Salter, not
Okay.
Dr. Salter.
Yeah.
I don't believe this was cited. I see citations to 1183, but not to AHO 1184.
Right. And so Mr. Salter's exhibit that he prepared, HCC SCDA, I think it's 63, is his noise map. And this page here was used as a base. And the only point of this question is just to show that this is the document that he used as a base, and then we'll jump right to his exhibit.
I'll allow this. Go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Okay. And Mr. Salter, do you recognize this?
Yes,
And did you use this as the base document to create your exhibit that shows the extent of the LMAX sound levels?
yes, I did.
Okay. And then next, if we could go to HCC SCDA 63, please. Okay, and could you summarize this exhibit, please?
Very good. So we created this using the page from the EIR that just looked at the average sound level, which is the brown shaded area. The yellow circles represent where the maximum sound level due to impact pile driving will exceed 70 dBA. So this is 10 dBA more than disclosed by the EIR. Almost all hood residences will be within or are located within the yellow circle. And the difference between a 70 decibel value and a 60 decibel value would be perceived as a doubling in sound level. The red lines represent the sound level that is predicted to be a max of 65 dBA. And this plan also shows that the Willow Ballroom would be exposed to a sound level of 72 dBA max level.
Okay. And let's go to, if we could, HCC SCDA 060, which is your written testimony. PDF page 6. And at paragraph 25 at the top of the page, you say that the EIR describes the pattern of noise to be impact pile driving for 2 minutes every 15 minutes with vibratory driving between periods of impact driving. This presents an irritating pattern of noise, and pile driving is routinely penalized. What do you mean by penalized?
Penalized is an acknowledgement that the quality of certain kinds of sounds are much more impactful and irritating than broadband steady state noise. And so the so-called penalty is considered in noise ordinances or assessment of community noise impact to identify added likelihood of complaints and impact because of the quality of sound.
Okay. So how would that typically, if you're have a noise that's being penalized, how would that typically be applied? Somebody who's, say, enforcing the ordinance, what do they do with that penalty?
They would make an adjustment of the allowable level to account for the annoying quality of the offending sound. And the number that's typically used is a 5 decibel penalty.
Okay. And so if you had a noise that is a type of noise that's penalized by the ordinance, you would, and the ordinance generally allowed noise up to 65 decibels. For that type of noise, it would only allow it up to 60. Do I understand that right?
You're 100% correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And in paragraph 29 on this same page, you give the California Model Community Noise Ordinance as an example of this kind of penalty. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then could we take a look at HCC SCDA-066? And what is this?
This is the California Model Noise Ordinance that was developed in the early and mid 1970s to help communities in the state of California develop noise ordinances to protect people from excessive noise.
Okay. And I see there that it's prepared by the Office of Noise Control, California Department of Health. Is that your understanding that the California Department of Health developed this document?
Yes, they hired a consultant from Southern California who worked on it with a large number of people, a lot of stakeholders, and this was the end result of the work.
Okay, thank you. And could we go back to, could we go to PDF page 2 of this document? And then there's section 7.2 says correction for character of sound. And could you explain how this works?
Well, as I previously mentioned, this is an acknowledgement that hammering or riveting sound, speech, music, etc., are more annoying than standard fan type noise, but steady state noise. And so therefore, this page describes that the allowable limit for a given neighborhood should be reduced by 5 decibels to acknowledge the increased annoyance of the type of sound that people are experiencing.
Okay. And then if we could go to the next page in this same document, there's a table 7-1. And if I'm understanding this correctly, the document says levels not to be exceeded more than 30 minutes in any hour. And then has noise zone classifications. And for the suburban classification during the daytime from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., the limit is set at 55 decibels. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. And the first line for single
One and two family.
two-family residential, 55. If you had a reasonably acceptable sound quality.
Okay. And then if the noise is a hammering noise, then that limit there of 55 would be reduced to 50. Do I understand correctly? That's how the penalty works?
Exactly.
Okay, very good. All right, and then next, you give some examples of the Sacramento County noise ordinance applying penalties for impulsive noise. So I'd like to look at that with you. If we could have HCC SCDA 065, PDF page 1, please. 66. Okay, and this is an excerpt from a Sacramento County noise ordinance, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please take a look at paragraph G? And what type of noise is the impact of a pile driver characterized as according to this?
It'd be impulsive. And
Okay.
it states pile driver letter G.
Okay, thank you. And if we could look at the next page at exterior noise standard 6.68.070. And here, the exterior noise standard for the period between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. is set at 55 dBA. Is that correct for daytime?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at the next line down below there, the next chart down below under paragraph B, that if I'm understanding that correctly, that says that if there is a noise that's 15 decibels louder than the standard is 55 decibels. So if there's a noise louder than 70 decibels, it's illegal for that to occur for more than a cumulative period of 1 minute per hour. Is that correct?
That's what this chart says.
Okay. And you gave an example in your testimony that pile driving noise of 70 dBA would reach hood for a cumulative period of more than 1 minute. Or if this ordinance was applicable and pile driving noise of 70 dBA reached hood for a cumulative period of more than 1 minute in any hour, would that violate this ordinance if it were applicable?
Yes, given the pattern of pile driving and vibratory pile driving described in the EAR, that's correct.
Okay. And if we look down the page at paragraph C here, it says each of the noise limits specified in subdivision B of this section shall be reduced by 5 dBA for impulsive or simple tone noises or for noises consisting of speech or music. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And so would the pile driving be, would impact pile driving be within that category of noises that would be reduced by 5 dBA?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we applied the penalty, if we had 65 dBA noise from LMAX noise from pile driving reaching hood, and we applied the penalty, that would be equal to 70. So that would mean that a pile driving noise of 65 dBA reaching hood for a cumulative period of 1 minute or more would be unlawful according to this ordinance. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay. And then next, could we go back to your testimony, HCC SCDA 060 PDF page 5. That's actually PDF page 6, I'm sorry. And on PDF page 6, they're down towards the bottom. You have a heading, a standard of no increase over ambient levels at affected residents has been used on similar projects and would be appropriate here. Could you explain that?
Yes, in my experience as an acoustical engineer, when you have a very contentious issue, community noise, and you start talking about increases in the ambient, nobody really understands it, nobody trusts it, and there's a lot of opposition. But the minute you invoke the idea of not increasing the ambient, ergo no impact, people start smiling. Oh, okay, you're going to build your building or do whatever. And the sound level that I experience on a day-to-day basis will not increase. And that approach has been accepted because there's no impact. There's really nothing to discuss. And so that's what is described in my written testimony in what we're looking at now.
Okay, and could you give an example of, have you participated in any projects where that's been the case?
Yes, I've been involved in several projects, but the one that's most public is the fourth bore of the Caldecott Tunnel construction. And the contractors wanted to be building day and night, and they were right adjacent to homes, looking down on the construction in Oakland. And so the community was very upset, angry, threats of lawsuits. The mayor of Oakland got involved, and it was very clear that there's going to be a big battle as a result of construction noise impact. And so I was hired to help Caltrans figure out a way forward. And I got the idea of building a 35-foot tall wall, temporary wall, 1,000 feet long, that would break the line of sight between the construction project and the adjacent homes. And then I threw out the benefit, in addition to noise mitigation, of blocking lights at night, which can be very annoying for homes, and the dirt and dust associated with construction. The wall would also help mitigate that. And so I put forth this idea at a public hearing, and it was accepted, and the city hired another acoustical engineer to review my plan, and they approved it as being something that would not create an impact. And in addition to what I've described so far, we acoustically treated the wall to minimize or eliminate reflections, because obviously a 35-foot tall wall could reflect sound to other homes. And so the wall was clouded on both sides. It was accepted, it was built as a temporary wall during the 4 years of construction. And in addition to the noise mitigation, there was continuous noise monitoring and reporting to verify that the noise would not increase. So that's the best example I can cite.
And as far as you know, was the noise held to ambient levels at affected residents? by the
As far
wall?
as I
Did it
know, it
work?
was very successful in all ways. So I never heard any problems, never read about any problems. As far as I know, it worked the way that it was predicted to work.
Okay. And that was also a tunnel project, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so what about this project, the Delta Conveyance project, with respect to a no increase over ambient standard? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that it would be worth considering because the construction project is going to go on for many years, impacting people on a daily basis, hearing the construction. Obviously, pile driver noise is the most acute, but then you have other construction noise and other detrimental effects of construction. And so if the noise were would be able to be limited to no increase, then clearly that's a huge benefit acoustically. But in looking at the project, I don't see it as being feasible. Just reviewing this particular project, the intake construction versus where I have proposed construction mitigation that would actually achieve the no increase and therefore no impact on homeowners.
Okay. And at paragraph 36 of your written testimony, when you say no mitigation would reduce it to ambient levels, you mean by that like a wall or shields or those type of measures?
Yeah, I think given the size of this construction project, it would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to add enough mitigation to achieve the no impact value that we achieved associated with the fourth bore and other projects where we've adopted this acoustic criteria.
What do you have examples of other projects that accepted a no increase over ambient levels?
Yeah, I'll give you another example. This one is in the San Francisco Bay Area, and for confidentiality purposes, I won't mention the name of the client, but it's a well-known client. And so it was a large commercial complex where they were locating the mechanical equipment, the cooling towers, the engines, the chillers, adjacent to homes. And the city was very concerned, the homeowners were very concerned, and I just invoked no increase in the ambient. And to really convince people to accept my approach, we acoustically monitored at virtually every home in the neighborhood just to show them that we were listening to them and considering their noise exposure. And so I went to a public hearing, having published a report with all my data and findings. And so at the hearing, when any of the neighbors would mention noise, the mayor of the city stopped them and say, well, you heard Charlie's presentation. There's not going to be any noise. And so the project was very accepted. And that's another example of no increase in the ambient, inaudibility, no impact, fully accepted by the city. And no adverse effect on the neighbors, no complaints, because there was nothing to complain about.
By the project proponent as well, or?
Yeah, they fully accepted. They wanted their project. I told them, okay, given what you've done, putting all this mechanical equipment adjacent to the homes, this is what we need to do. And they said, fine, do it. And we did it. And as far as I know, no complaints. So that's another example of my experience with this approach. And if you'd like a third,
Okay.
Cape Cod Canal Power Plant in Massachusetts. I was hired to help Cape Cod Canal Power Plant expand. The neighbors, some of the neighbors were 2 miles away, were very upset with the current power plant. And so the city invoked no increase in the ambient. So we went out there and we mitigated the noise of some of the sources that hadn't been dealt with, the transformers and the fans, and the power plant was allowed to expand. And to the best of my knowledge, we were 100% successful with our design and implementation. As I say, allowing the power plant to expand and reducing the exposure of noise on the homeowners.
Okay. At paragraph 28 of your testimony, which is on PDF page 6, you say that you understand the project proponents have taken the position that the Sacramento County ordinance would exempt this project, et cetera, and for other reasons might not be enforceable by its terms, but you give that as an example of how noise limits are routinely calculated and applied. Then you mentioned in a couple of your answers there that the city invoked the no increase over ambient. I mean, if there's not a noise ordinance that requires that kind of thing, how does the city invoke that? I mean, how would that work?
Yeah, in my experience, aside from the strict interpretation of a city's noise ordinance, there are conditions of approval. And so if you have a large project where the neighbors are concerned, the city will take extra care to invoke requirements on the project to protect the neighbors beyond just the simple reading of the noise ordinance. And that is what I have experienced in numerous cities just because the noise ordinance works, in general for pool pump noise or just innocuous noise. But when you have a big construction project, there can be special concern about vibration, noise monitoring, and it's handled on a case-by-case basis.
And something like that might be through permit conditions in a conditional use permit or a building permit or something like that.
Special requirements invoked by the city based on the circumstances of the proposed project. Number of years of construction, what the neighbors are like, noise exposure. Just occurred to me, Oakland requires special noise reports for these kinds of projects as part of the public hearing because they want to have an acoustical engineer do a study that provides this information. So to help inform them about how to protect the people, the neighbors of a particular proposed project.
Okay. Then at paragraph 36 of your written testimony, the last paragraph, you discuss the only way you're aware of to reduce the noise levels on this project to an acceptable level is what? What did you recommend there?
Well, I would recommend moving the two intakes further away from Hood if feasible. Because given my study of the noise impact and my concern, I can foresee a lot of acoustic impact on Hood, the homeowners, and the ballroom and other air schools. And so if it can be avoided just by finding another feasible location, then that would be a great step forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Salter. That's all the questions I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. And it looks like I should look to Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Mr. Salter?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. Salter. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. Nice to see you again, too.
I have some questions for you. Is it fair to say that much of your testimony is focused on the potential noise that occurs from impact pile driving during construction?
Yes.
And do you agree that the use of vibratory method for installing foundation and sheet piles would reduce construction noise compared to an impact pile driving method?
Yes, I do.
And are you aware that Mr. Murdoch testified that in general, vibratory or augering methods will be used for all pile installations and impact hammer methods would be employed only when necessary to penetrate hard soil?
I read that. Yes.
I have some other questions for you, but you'd said some stuff. I want to go a little off script here. You mentioned two projects. Well, you mentioned three. I did see the Caldecott Tunnel in your testimony. You referred to a confidential project regarding cooling towers near homes. Where can I find that in your testimony?
I don't believe that it's part of my testimony.
And you also mentioned a project in Cape Cod power plant. Where can I find that in your testimony?
I don't believe that I have that in my report.
Were you listening to the exchange and the testimony of Miss Whaley and the redirect by Mr. Brodsky?
Yes.
I have a couple questions for you on that. Let's see if I can do this in a way to be efficient. I want to look at if Miss Mullen, we could pull up AHO 1183. Oh, and incidentally, while Ms. Mullen's pulling that up for us, I looked at your testimony on page 7 under documents reviewed, and you do not list that you reviewed AHO 1184. Is that correct?
To refresh my memory, please, as to what AHU, what that document is.
Well, Mr. Brodsky showed you AHO 1184.
Oh, you're talking about that noise contour?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes, that I guess that's, is that in the noise section of the EIR?
No, it is not in chapter 24.
Okay,
It's
so
appendices. So you did not list that appendices in documents that you reviewed, correct?
yeah, interesting. I've seen it. We used it as part of our report, but maybe we didn't list it appropriately.
Okay. And you just said we. So did you have help preparing your testimony and or exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And who was that from?
A colleague named Jeremy Decker.
And did Mr. Decker produce the figure that you have marked as, sorry, I have to flip back and forth. I have too many things on too many papers. HCC SCDA 63, where you show LMAX.
Yes, Jeremy and I produced that together, correct?
Okay. Okay, and here we are at chapter 4, which is AHO 1183, which you did cite in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And if we could please go to, I believe it's PDF page 32, it might go on to 33. Yes, this table. Great. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. If impact pile driving is determined to be necessary, this shows the duration of pile driving for intakes B and C, correct?
Yes,
And it shows 18 hours total driving time for each intake, correct?
that's what it says.
And in the same line, it says that it's 2 minutes per pile. Do you see, is that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
And do you agree that this table is showing that if impact pile driving is required, that the total of 18 hours of pile driving time is not occurring continuously?
Correct. It states that it's discontinuous. That's correct.
And I wanted to stop here for a second and go to the exchange between Mr. Bradsky and Miss Whaley. And if we could go, let's see. I want to look at page, I'm sorry, I'm going back and forth here. I think it's page 30, but let me ensure that. It's, I think it's PDF page 30 of this document. Can you scroll down a little bit, Miss Mullen? I'm sorry. A little bit more. Yes, there it is. For once, I got my site right. And in looking at lines, I think lines 36, or sorry, 38 to 39, do you agree that for the vibratory time for the intake cofferdam is 255 hours for each intake?
It says, yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. And if 255 hours using like a 12-hour workday is roughly 21.25 days, correct? Or 22, it's less than 22, but more than 21.
Okay, okay.
Okay. So based on that understanding, would you agree that the vibratory and impact pile driving is not on and off continuous for 21 months as described by Mr. Brodsky and agreed to by Mrs. Whaley, Miss Whaley?
That would be a reasonable assumption based on looking at what you're seeing. As you know, in table 24-9, it talks about 21 months for each intake of pile driving. So that's the circumstance of understanding the extent of pile driving impact on the community.
But you agree it's not continuous for 21 months, correct? Based on the information that we're looking at.
Correct. It's not continuous.
And in your testimony, and we could probably just pull it up, so that's probably easier. It's, I believe, HCC SCDA 60. Thank you, Miss Mullen. And on page 3, oh, the pages are off. It's PDF page 4. Thank you. And in paragraph 13, you are discussing the difference between LEQ and LMAX, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain the difference between LEQ and LMAX, please?
The LEQ measure allows you to compute a value for an hourly period of time. And so it's used as part of land use compatibility analysis and standard acoustic measurements. But the minute that you have a source like pile driving, then you need to seriously consider the impact single event noise, maximum noise level, because that's what people are going to respond to, how loud it is every time the hammer drops. So that's the difference between those two measures.
So for pile driving, since it occurs for a brief period over time and not continuously, the Lmax would be greater than the LQ, is what you're saying. Is that right?
Yes, the Lmax is always greater for a given measure than the LEQ over a period of time.
And you also state this in your testimony. If we look at page, PDF page 4, yes, lines 15 through 17, I believe you say that.
Yes. Correct.
And you cite to the Sacramento County Code, and maybe we'll just pull that up. It's Miss Mullen, if you could please pull up HCC SCDA 65. I have some questions for you. I want to see if I'm understanding this. So if I'm looking at this ordinance, and right now I'm just going to be looking at parts A, which maybe we could scroll up slightly. I think you can't see the A, but there it is. A and B. The ordinance is saying in part B that if the noise source is continuous for 30 minutes or more per hour, then the noise standard in A would apply. Is that how you read this?
Yes.
Okay, so in this case, that would be for daytime hours, 55 dBA. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if the noise source is occurring over a shorter duration, then the allowable standard is increased, correct, in B.
Yes.
And the shorter the duration in B, the more allowable standard is increased, correct?
Yes.
So for example, in what's marked as line 3, cumulative period of 5 minutes per hour, for noises that it would occur between 5 and 14 minutes, the allowable standard is increased by 10 decibels, correct?
Yes.
Where are we now? I'm sorry, Miss Morris.
I'm looking at this ordinance that's up on the screen.
Where does it say if it's so many minutes or less that it's decreased?
And so, Mr. Salter, and in this case, using line 3, if we, just as we discussed, we would add 10 decibels to 55, so the daytime would be 65 decibels, correct?
If you had a noise that occurred for only 5 minutes in an hour, that noise, all things being equal, would be allowed to be 10 decibels over the standard of 55.
So that's 65.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, we've established many times on the record that my math is not good, so I need you to confirm it for me. And in line 4, for 1 minute, the standard would be increased by 15 decibels. So we would add that to the, if we're talking about daytime, and it would be 70 decibels would be the standard, correct?
Correct. And this would be a case where a sound only occurs for 1 minute in an hour.
Correct. So in essence, to summarize here, the County of Sacramento Noise Ordinance recognizes that an intrusive noise occurs, the louder the noise is allowed to be based on this sliding scale shown in B, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it also true that if DWR were to adopt the County of Sacramento ordinance as its noise standard, the county ordinance would also arguably exempt the project, as you stated in your testimony on page 5, PDF 6, lines 13 to 17, in paragraph 28.
Yes, it's my understanding that this ordinance exempts construction.
Thank you. And if we could go back to your testimony, um, HCC.
Now, let me be a little
SCBA.
clearer on that. My understanding is that people in the know are not invoking the Sacramento noise standard to apply to this construction project. I'm just an acoustical engineer, I'm a lawyer, so that's why I needed to adjust my testimony.
You did provide testimony earlier for
Yeah, but I'm just
County
saying that
Sacramento, right?
pardon me?
You did provide testimony earlier, I think,
Yeah.
on behalf of the County of Sacramento, correct?
Yeah, that my understanding is that people in the know have said that the Sacramento noise ordinance doesn't apply to this construction noise project.
Is it your understanding of the statute and ordinance that I'm not in specific to this project, but just construction in general? Does this apply to construction in the County of Sacramento?
I would have to reread it more carefully, but my recollection is that construction noise is exempted in general, but there are aspects to construction noise that are scrutinized as part of the ordinance. So I would have to spend some time reading the construction noise section in order to give you a full explanation of how the Sacramento noise ordinance deals with construction noise.
Okay. And if we could go back to Mr. Salter, sorry, testimony. And if we could look at it's page 4, paragraph 13. Yes, we're already there. And I'm just orienting you to lines, like it's not quite line 3, but in essence, 3.5 to 5.5 lines. And I have a question about whether or not you're familiar with the Federal Transit Administration Transit Noise and Vibration Assessment Manual, which DWR submitted an excerpt of in Mr. Volk's testimony.
I am familiar with it.
Okay. And if we could please, Ms. Mullen, pull up what we have marked as DWR 1158. Oh, coincidentally, while we're here, I did have a question for you about one of your citations. You marked the, let's see, I'm trying to pull up the right document. It's actually not here. You cited to a 1977 document from, it was marked as SHCC SCDA. Is it 66, the Cal Model Community Noise Ordinance? Is that correct, Mr. Salter?
Yeah, that's my understanding, that it was published in 1977.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Mullen, just really quickly, could we pull that up? My apologies for switching back and forth.
That's SCDA 67, did you say?
I think it's 66.
66, I'm sorry.
And if we could go to the first page, please. And could we scroll down a little bit? Yeah, do you see that this was prepared by the Office of Noise Control?
Yes.
Do you know if the Office of Noise Control exists today?
I don't believe that it exists today.
Okay, Ms. Moon, I'm so sorry. Now back to DWR 1158. Okay. And do you recognize this as the Federal Transit Administration Transit Noise and Vibration Impact Assessment Manual?
Yes, I've reviewed it.
And so if we could look at PDF page 16 and scroll down to where it says section 7, I think. Yeah. Do you see that section 7 is the noise and vibration during construction section?
Yeah, I can read the words under section 7.
Okay. And if we can go down to section 7 now, which it would be helpful if I had a PDF page number. I think it might be 170, PDF page 193. I can also quickly look. My apologies. It's actually PDF page 186. And then this, you can see this is the beginning of section 7, noise and vibration during
So
construction.
I
Mr. Salter.
yes, I see the beginning of section 7.
Okay. And if we could scroll down to the third paragraph on this page, and if you could just read where it says generally local noise ordinances are not very useful for evaluating. Can you read that paragraph to yourself?
Okay.
Just let me know when you're
Sure.
done.
Yeah, so I'm reading the whole paragraph. So I've finished reading that paragraph.
Okay. So would you agree that the FTA, generally local noise ordinances are not helpful for evaluating construction noise impact?
That's what they say in this document.
And if we could please go to PDF page 193. And if we could scroll down slightly to this table. Perfect. Do you see, Mr. Salter, where it says beginning, do you see the paragraph that has the underlining?
Okay, when you say, yes, I see, while it's not the
And if you,
purpose.
yeah, if you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
go up to the sentence above that says project construction noise criteria should account for.
The existing ambient, right? So
And
you want me to read this section now, correct?
you could read those two sentences.
Okay, I will. Yes, I have read that.
And would you agree that FTA says that the purpose of the manual is not to specify construction criteria for noise impacts, but the following guidelines are considered reasonable for assessment?
That's what they say.
Yes. And then if we scroll down to the table, do you see that in the table, the general assessment construction noise criteria is measured in LEQ?
Yes, LEQ.
And if we could go to PDF page 190. feel like this is wrong, but if we could scroll down. Yeah, here we go. And do you see here that on this page it is saying under 3A to use LEQ to assess construction noise?
Yes, that's the approach they're taking.
That the Federal Transit Administration, correct?
Yeah. Yes, for their construction projects, correct.
And I'm guessing you'll disagree, but I'll ask anyways. Do you agree that it is reasonable guidance as suggested by the Federal Transit Authority Administration?
Well, the acoustical values that we jumped over are extraordinarily high, and I've never seen them invoked on a project, and clearly it'd be a huge impact on the neighbors if they were exposed to the sound levels in the table that we jumped over. That's my experience with this particular document, that you need to consider the ambient in a quiet neighborhood. You need to work hard to mitigate the construction noise, whereas if you're in an area of vacant land with next to a freeway, then higher levels of construction noise will be deemed acceptable.
And if we could scroll up, and do you see in this table where it says, if we could just keep scrolling up to see the top, right there, perfect. Do you see it shows equipment and then it shows typical noise level at 50 feet from the source?
I see that, yes.
And do you see that under like halfway down this list, it has pile driver impact?
Yes, it says 101.
And
Correct?
correct, that's what I see too.
Yeah.
So my eyes are getting very old, but I think we're right.
So this table shows 101, correct?
But I think it's important to note, right? Typical noise at 50 foot from the source, correct?
Yes.
That's what the table says.
Yes.
Yeah. And if we could pull up back to what you submitted with your testimony, HCC SCDA 63, Ms. Mullen. I think, yeah, if we could zoom out for a second. I have some questions, but I want to make sure I'm understanding this. So this exhibit is comparing your determination of a 70 dBA Lmax and a 65 dBA Lmax noise contours overlaying on the FEIR's determination of a 60 dBA LEQ daytime and a 50 dBA LEQ nighttime contour for the pile driving phase of construction, correct?
The last part of what you said may not be correct because they're not going to be doing pile driving at night.
Well, if we could scroll down to the legend and zoom in on the legend. And do you see that this is the Bethany Reservoir conveyance option medium pile driving?
Yes, I see that it's called that.
Yeah. And it just shows the medium pile driving 60 dBA and the kind of brownish red area. And then the pinkish dotted line is the medium term pile driving 50 dBA, correct?
Oh, okay. I missed that. So thank you for giving me this insight. So it's that pink dotted line that we can see, and that shows the LEQ 50.
Yeah, and I misstated it's the 50 dBA contour, but you're right, it's not a nighttime.
Yeah, so that's what confused
That was
me.
my mistake, and I apologize.
Yeah, but thank you, because I wasn't aware that this I never really got involved with this particular noise contour, which obviously would relate to daytime noise exposure.
Okay, right. So, okay, but this is your figure, right?
Yes.
Overlaying on the DWR figure from Appendix 11, AHO 1184.
Yes.
Okay. Can we scroll back up, Ms. Mullen? Thank you. And you added, perfect. You added the yellow circles to demonstrate the 70 dBA Lmax contour, correct?
Yes,
And the red circles are the 65 dBA Lmax contours.
yes.
And in this figure, for orientation purposes, the residences or other sensitive receptors within the contour are shown in the green dots, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes.
And the residences or the green dots, let's just call them the green dots within the contour, are found to potentially have a significant daytime noise impact, correct?
Yes.
And similarly for the dashed line, sensitive receptors lying within this contour are found to have, I'm actually strike that, the dashed 50 dBA line would show anything within that dashed line would be within the 50 dBA exposure, correct?
Yes.
And do you know if the noise model for the EIR analysis that was used to determine sound propagation took into consideration ground type?
That's my understanding.
And do you know if it took into consideration the presence of water bodies?
Yes, I believe that that was part of the input data consideration as part of their predictive model.
And did it also take into consideration the topography?
Yes.
Okay. Is that, I mean, this is not a technical term, so I apologize, but is that why instead of being a perfect circle, those contours are kind of, I don't know, blobby looking? They're not.
Yeah, blobby looking. That's a technical term, but I'll accept it.
Okay. Jagged. How about we?
That is, yes, I agree with what you've said. That the reason why they're blobby looking is because this is what the computer prediction provided.
And because it took into consideration on the ground factors and that affect sound propagation, correct?
That's what they attempted to do with their modeling.
And in your analysis of the LMX contours are perfect circles. Um, so did your analysis take into consideration the factors that we just went through and discussed?
No.
And if your contours did take into consideration those on the ground considerations, would it be reasonable to assume that the shapes of your contours would be more blobby or more jagged as well?
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Okay. So is it fair to say this is a reasonable, this is it's an approximation, your circles, so it's not precise.
Correct. In fact, we use the word approximate. So it's not precise.
Okay. And in your annotation, you also call out the Willow Ballroom outdoor event area as being inside your yellow 70 dBA LMAX contour, correct?
Yes.
And was the purpose of that to show that this would represent a potentially significant noise impact to the Willow Ballroom outdoor area?
That's the purpose. Correct.
And I know this is going to be like really difficult. We can try a different picture maybe, but if we could zoom in on this figure focused on the top yellow circle, Miss Mullen, and the green dots. If we could like zoom way in, I want to see if we can see something. Yeah, perfect. And that's great. Mr. Salter, do you see that the Willow Ballroom outdoor area, as you've indicated, is already within DWR's 60 dB LEQ contour and so already identified as having a potentially significant noise impact?
Yes, I see that it's within the LEQ. contour produced, part of the EIR.
And if we could go back to your testimony, which is marked as HCC SCDA 60. And I think I'm want to go to PDF page 6. And if we could go to the bottom of this page. Right, perfect. Do you see on lines 19 through 20, you state that there should be a no increase standard for this project, correct?
That would be optimum.
And to clarify, you're saying that the project should not increase above the measured ambient levels, noise levels?
Correct. Or let me say it more correctly. As you know, to produce the EIR, they monitored for about 2 days at 2 locations. I have no idea whether those 2 locations are representative. Maybe if they had moved around the corner, they would have measured 5 decibels lower. But that's why when you just monitor for a short amount of time to address a community existing ambient, it's subject to change. And so if this no increase in the ambient were accepted, additional monitoring should be done and a careful consideration of the noise exposure for the community would be done as part of this effort.
And I guess, do you know what you just read two locations? Do you know what the ambient average daytime levels were in those locations?
I think it was around 51 or so.
And if we were to use the Sacramento County code that you cited in your testimony as for this assessment, the most stringent standard is for 55 dBA, correct? Do we need to pull that back up?
Yeah, that's a generalized value they picked for a residential community. That's correct.
So wouldn't a no increase standard in this instance be more stringent than the most stringent limit used by the county in the ordinance that you cite to?
Yes, it would be more stringent based on the numbers we have at hand.
And in the Caldecott Tunnel project, did you say you were doing that for Caltrans?
Yeah, I was working for an engineering team that was hired by Caltrans.
Do you know what for that analysis, what they considered to be a significant noise impact, what dBA was used?
As I have mentioned, our approach was no impact. So they were not invoking any particular standard. They were accepting the idea that because of the proximity of this construction project and daytime, nighttime construction, that they would endeavor to achieve no impact. So whatever the existing ambient was for a given neighboring location, that would be what the target value would be.
And for that Caldecott project, what was the ambient level and those locations?
I can't remember exactly what the sound level was at the homes. The homes were 400 feet back from the construction project. So I can't remember the exact number.
Would you agree that that was an urban environment?
No, it's really a residential environment adjacent to the freeway.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Salter, and I don't have any further questions for you at this time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. I'll look to the room. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Salter? And I think I have one or two. So, Mr. Salter, I was wondering, I believe in your direct testimony in response to Mr. Brodsky, you, and please articulate this better than I do, but you indicated that you have seen noise restrictions, maybe I'll put it that way, incorporated as permit terms in application to projects. Is that accurate?
Exactly.
And those permits that were issued, have you seen a situation where one of those permits was issued by an entity other than a city or a county?
I can't think of one.
So in your experience, it's generally a city or a county that imposes noise restrictions, whether through an ordinance or through permit terms, just based on your experience.
Yes, correct.
That's helpful. I think that is all I had. So with that, Mr. Brodsky, I will turn back to you if you have redirect. And thank you, Mr. Salter.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Brodsky, you are on mute, although you may not be ready to say anything.
Thank you very much for reminding me of that. Getting a little late in the day here.
It is.
So just let's maybe go in reverse order. What Ms. Kinsey just asked you, that those project by project permit conditions are generally imposed by the city or county. In your experience, is that because generally it's only the city or county that are the ones that have permitting authority?
Yeah, that is. I'm this acoustical engineer who responds to the needs of a project, so I'm not an expert in land use and permitting and process, but it's typical a city or a county project, and there's concern on the part of the neighbors about noise or vibration due to the construction.
Okay, thank you. And then just prior to that, you said in response to one of Ms. Morris's questions that the standard of no increase that you're recommending for this project would be more stringent than what the Sacramento County ordinance would impose. I remember that
Correct.
correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I'd like to take a look back at the model community noise ordinance, which is HCC SCDA-066.
Objection, I did not ask about this document other than what entity created it.
Let's see what Mr. Brodsky has to say. I don't actually know what the document is. Ah.
Yeah. And if we could go to PDF page, it's PDF page 3. So in a rural suburban area, a 1 and 2 family residential, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Daytime. The level that cannot be exceeded is here stated as 50 dBA. Is that correct?
Objection outside the scope of cross-examination.
I'm going to allow it in relation to the testimony about the Sacramento County ordinance. So go ahead, Mr. Brodsky.
Should I repeat the question, Mr. Salter?
Yeah. Are you looking at suburban 1 and 2 family residential
1 and 2
daytime?
family daytime, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. and the level not to be exceeded is 50 dBA there. Is that correct?
Okay, so the suburban is 55 and the rural suburban is 50.
That's what I'm looking at, the rural suburban, 50.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're looking at rural suburban, the number's 50.
Okay. And then down below, if we could scroll down a little bit, I can't see it on my screen. There's a paragraph underneath there. And it says here, the second sentence, additional area classification should be used as appropriate to reflect both lower and higher existing ambient levels than those shown, period.
Objection to the extent that this is far afield of the Sacramento County ordinance. This is a document created in 1977 as guidance by an entity that is no longer around. And this is outside the scope of the cross-examination.
As far as
Noted, and you raised your objection. I think I'll allow Mr. Brodsky to go forward, but I don't think we have a question yet.
well, let me ask a different question. Just is it your understanding, Mr. Salter, that this document was widely used by cities and counties and other communities to create their specific noise ordinances?
Objection calls for speculation, vague and ambiguous as to timing.
In his experience, does he know, as a matter of fact, from what he's observed, so there's no speculation called for, and the time period is over your career as an acoustical engineer, is it your experience that this model community noise ordinance was widely used by communities to create their specific noise ordinances?
Go ahead, Mr. Salter.
That is my experience. And the reason why I feel that's true is when I read these ordinances, cities and counties, I see a lot of the same word usages and terminologies and numbers that come directly from this document. So on that basis, I believe that this document has been widely used for communities to develop their noise ordinances.
Okay, thank you. And then getting back to my question, I'll read the sentence again. Down below, it says, additional area classification should be used as appropriate to reflect both lower and higher existing ambient levels than those shown, end quote. And so is that consistent with your experience that the limit you're going to set should vary depending on what the existing ambient level is? Is that your understanding of what that's saying?
Yes, and that has been my experience with various noise ordinances. Many of them require that you monitor at an appropriate location to quantify the ambient, and we will often do it for a day or two, and base the and therefore the city or county's noise ordinance impact basis is the existing ambient rather than numbers off a chart like this.
All right. Thank you very much. And as I recall, as DWR measured the existing ambient at Hood, and I'm not asking if you agree or disagree that their measurement is accurate, but just what they said in the IR, I believe was approximately 52. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yeah, I said a little while ago I thought it was 51, but maybe it's 52. They may, as they say, they just made 2 days of measurements at 2 locations in Hood.
Okay. Alrighty. And then I'd like to go to let's go to the Sacramento County noise ordinance, since I have that in front of me. And so that would be HCC SCDA-065. That would be PDF page 2. Okay, and so you had a discussion with Ms. Morris about this, and let me just end to the extent that the standard is relaxed where the noise is there for a shorter period of time.
Yes.
That's basically what you said. So, but wouldn't another way to say that, and the gist of what this thing is getting at is the louder the noise is, the shorter the period of time that they're going to allow it to take place.
Yeah, what you've just said is another way of saying it.
Okay. And Okay. Let's look at your testimony, your written testimony, HCC SCDA-060. At PDF page 5, paragraph 19. And so Ms. Morris asked you some questions about the computer model used by EIR, by DWR for the EIR. And she asked you whether or not, to your knowledge, that computer model takes account of ground type. Is that what you recall her asking?
Yes, that was her first question in that
And also
line of,
whether that computer model takes account of water bodies.
yeah,
Is that correct?
I answered that it was part of the
And also
input.
whether it takes account of topography, I believe she
Yes,
asked.
correct.
All right. And so the formula you used here is stated at paragraph 19. And is this formula here, is that accepted within the acoustical engineering profession?
Yes.
And in your experience, does the computer modeling versus your application of this formula, does the computer modeling provide any more useful information than you get with your model, that with your formula that you chose to use?
That's hard. In order for me to really give you an accurate answer to your question, I would have to redo the computer modeling and use our computer modeling compared to their computer model. But we looked at it and it seemed legitimate. But to put a finer point on that would require me to actually utilize our computer model. We chose not to. We chose to use this simple formula that we've been using for decades, and so we have a good understanding of what this provides us in terms of predicting noise.
And is it your experience and understanding that the use of the formula as you used it here provides an accurate result that's suitable for making decisions about noise?
Absolutely, and I'll explain to you why I feel that way. This will accurately predict the noise where you have line of sight, direct exposure. And typically, the noise you would predict out in the field, you'll measure perhaps something that is lower than that. In other words, it provides a factor of safety. Rarely will the noise be louder than you predict based on this formula. But there are an enormous number of variables when predicting noise. There's wind and there's thermal gradients, and so the noise in the far field is going to vary depending on a variety of conditions. And just using this simple formula will put us in the ballpark and allow us to gain some understanding about noise exposure.
And when you say put us in the ballpark, is the accuracy of the formula in any way not adequate to make the decisions you need to make about a project when you're assessing the noise?
It is adequate based on our experience.
Okay.
And when I say experience, I mean we do the prediction, we go out in the field, we measure, and we compare our measurements to what we predicted, and this approach has proven itself time and again.
Time and again. So in other words, when you use your formula and then you actually go out and take a measurement, the formula matches up pretty close with the measurement. Is that what you're saying?
Measurement or will measure lower than predicted. So you want to predict more noise and then be pleasantly surprised. You don't want to go out there and say, whoops, it's 10
I
decibels
see.
louder than we predicted. Whoops, we shouldn't have done that. So this is a very effective engineering approach. And then I did mention that under adverse thermal and wind conditions, you might measure a decibel or two more than predicted, but it's just going to be a short amount of time. So we're comfortable in using this formula the way I've described.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then Ms. Morris asked you about the FTA, is that, I believe, the Federal Transit Administration manual, which puts forth 80 dBA as a reasonable guideline for setting a noise criteria. Is that what you recall?
I don't think it said that straight out, because having a criteria of 80 decibels is clearly a non-starter. People would not be able to sleep, talk on the telephone. So they put together some numbers, and maybe those numbers would be appropriate if nobody was living there. But the minute people are living there, those levels that we saw in the chart are totally unacceptable.
Totally unacceptable. Okay, you had paragraph 21 of your testimony. You said you calculated the level of noise reaching the Willow Ballroom outdoor event area to be approximately 72 dBA. And, and then you said that level of noise would interfere considerably with quiet conversation and require people to raise their voices in order to have an intelligible conversation. And then you go on to say that the noise at that level reaching the homes of Hood would be very annoying to most people. That's at 70 reaching Hood and 72 reaching the Willow Ballroom. And so how would you characterize it if it was 80 reaching these
Well,
locations?
obviously
Question relevant.
nobody.
I didn't ask any questions about this, and the standard is not 80 here. So I don't, this seems irrelevant and definitely outside the scope of cross-examination.
Well, I don't think so. You called to the attention that the Federal Transit FTA manual, and your words was that the FTA says those guidelines are reasonable. So it's been put on the floor that the FTA guideline document says those guidelines are reasonable. So I have a right to ask if they are really reasonable.
And that's where the 80 dBA is coming from, Mr. Brodsky?
I'm sorry, Ms. Kinsey, I didn't quite hear that.
That's where the 80 dBA.
That is correct. It was
taking
from Ms. Morse's question, quoting from the FTA manual.
I never quoted I never asked about that manual in the context of a sound. I asked about it in the context of LEQ versus LMAX.
No, well, should we get the transcript?
Mr. Brodsky, Ms. Morris can finish her objection.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, were you able to finish?
I did. Did you hear me?
Yes, I believe I did.
Thank you.
I'll allow you to continue, Mr. Brodsky, on this point with respect to but please keep it focused. Some of this is, I think, rehashing testimony we've already been through.
Right. Okay. So I'm kind of forgotten where we were. Okay. So my question is, you had characterized how 72 dBA and 70 dBA would affect people at Hood and the Willow Ballroom in your testimony. And just briefly, and this is the last question on this, how would you characterize 80 dBA reaching those same people at those same places?
Well, I guarantee it would be totally unacceptable unless there was a deaf person. Everybody who wasn't deaf would object, walk out, be totally unable to enjoy themselves, carry on a conversation, etc. So that's what 80 would be.
Okay, great. Let me move on then. So we've had several questions about the LEQ measure versus the LMAX measure. And I'm trying to get a little better understanding of the difference. And so in your testimony, you said the LEQ is an average. Is that right?
It's an average and used as part of land use planning. It's a way of simplifying reality.
Okay, so just to try to use an example, so the LEQ, if we say we're dealing with a period of 1 hour, and you had a very loud noise, say for 30 minutes, say 110 decibels, a very loud noise. And then you had, for the other half hour, it was quiet. There was no noise. It went back to ambient, say 50. What would an LEQ report of the noise over that hour be?
It would be 107. So the maximum level for a half an hour would drop by 3 decibels. And so that's the answer to your question.
Okay, all right. And the Lmax value, if I have a hammering that's 110 decibels that takes place for 2 minutes, and then it's quiet for 30 minutes, what would the Lmax report for that hour?
Well, the Lmax would continue to be 110. So
110.
There's no averaging or adjustment.
So as I understand it, the Lmax is going to report the actual loudest noise that a person receiving this would actually hear.
Yes.
Okay, great. That helps my understanding of Lmax. Okay. Okay. Then I'd like to go to AHO 1183 PDF page 32. If we could please, Ms. Mullen, sorry for the jumping around so much. Okay, and this is a chart we've looked at a couple of times, and you looked at it with Miss Morris, and it says there 18 under impact driving, 18 hours total driving time, or 2 minutes per pile. Have I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, and then in your testimony at paragraph 25. And we don't necessarily need to jump there. I'll just read this to you and see if you recall it. It says the EIR describes the pattern of noise to be impact pile driving for 2 minutes every 15 minutes with vibratory driving between periods of impact driving. And then the next sentence says, this presents an irritating pattern of noise. Okay, so that's what you said there. And then I'd like to take a look at.
Are we getting to a question, Mr. Brodsky?
Yes, we are. And yes, so let's go to AHO 1183 PDF page 31. And at lines 3 to 5, it says it is expected that for each pile, impact driving would be required for a period of 2 minutes, and vibratory driving would be used for the remainder of the time. One more quote, and then I'll ask the question. And then if we could jump down to line 20 to 21, it says, assuming an impact driving time of 2 minutes per pile every 15 minutes. And so is this section of the EIR what you had in mind and what you based your conclusion when you said the EIR describes the pattern of noise to be impact pile driving for 2 minutes every 15 minutes with vibratory driving between periods of impact driving?
Yes. That's
Okay.
what the EIR states.
That's what the EIR states. And then if we could just go back again to AHO 1183 PDF page 32. And so it says there, total duration of construction activity, it says 21 months for each intake.
Yes.
So is it your understanding that this pattern of 2 minutes of impact and 15 minutes of vibratory and then 2 minutes of impact will go on for over a period of 21 months at each intake?
That's what I take the meaning of this chart.
Okay. All right. And do you know if that, well, let's just leave it there. Let's leave it at that and go to the next one. Okay. Okay, in several places, Ms. Morris asked you if the IR said that they would use impact driving only if necessary or only when necessary.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And in the quote we read from the IR on page 24-31, it says, assuming an impact driving time of 2 minutes per pile every 15 minutes. So as an acoustical engineer assessing what's going to go on, is that the information that you use? When the ER tells you they assume impact driving of 2 minutes per pile every 15 minutes, is that what you use to come to your conclusions?
Well, there's in my review of this information, there seems to be some missing parts to it. So I would ask some questions to get a full picture of this information. But as you know, we have honed in on the maximum level and the average level and the adverse effect of the noise based on the information gleaned. But then there are these questions that I would like answered.
Okay. With the information that's provided, is there any information you saw anywhere in the IR that contradicts this? That contradicts that the assumption is an impact driving time of 2 minutes per pile every 15 minutes?
No, there's nothing contradictory.
Okay. All right. Next. So we talked for a moment about the FTA manual, and it also, Ms. Morris asked you if the FTA manual said that the LEQ was the appropriate measure to use to make a noise assessment.
I believe that's what they're using as a metric.
Okay. And I believe your answer to that was, that's what they say. That's what I wrote down.
Yes.
Okay. But in your opinion, where you have an iterative noise like pile driving, which is the appropriate measure to use to get a true picture of how loud that noise is going to be and how it's going to impact people?
You need to use both. You average it because you have, with a construction project, you have a lot of variation. And so in order to make progress coming up with an acoustical value, you average the noise. That's number one. But then in addition, you need to acknowledge the maximum sound level because that's what people complain about. That's what causes sleep interference. Okay, the loud sound wakes people up. And so when you say, well, you average and people roll their eyes and say, no, it's so damn loud that's what I'm focused on. So that's why with this kind of work, you need to look at both maximum and average.
Okay, and if I understand you correctly, it's the LMAX measure that will capture that loud sound that's going to wake somebody up, for example.
Yes, exactly. And what people will identify as being the most offensive noise.
So it's the LMAX then that is what's going to attract a noise complaint.
Absolutely.
I think that that pretty much covers it. Thank you, Mr. Salter.
You're
All
welcome.
right, thank you, Mr. Brodsky. Thank you, Mr. Salter. We should, I think, take a moment to talk about process because I anticipate, and I'm going to look to you, Ms. Morris. Are you going to have recross for Mr. Salter? That's more than about 5 minutes. You're on mute.
Probably,
Yeah.
it would probably be more than 5 minutes.
That's what I would expect. So, Mr. Brodsky, 2 questions. One is, when would Mr. Salter be available so that we can finish recross? And then also, when would Mr. Tomlin be available to come back so we can hear from him? And
Okay, so both are available Monday, and as I understand it, Mr. Salter would be available in the morning as well as the afternoon. He can correct me on that if I misunderstood him. Mr. Tomlin teaches a morning class, so he is generally wanting to be available in the afternoon. And then we have the other 3 witnesses Monday, Mario Moreno, Gia Moreno, and Karen Mann. I had originally programmed for them for the afternoon, and I'll have to find out if they can be available in the morning as well. So the safest thing well, I don't want to do your job for you or interfere with you, but the safest thing might be if we want Mr. Salter to come back Monday morning if he's available then. And then I can try to get the other 3 witnesses to be available after Mr. Salter, and then Mr. Tomlin can go in the afternoon.
well, we have three other witnesses for
Oh, I didn't know
River
that.
scheduled for the same day.
I'm sorry, I
So
didn't know that.
we have quite a few. So
Sorry, we have Swanson, Center, and Cooley before we get to the other hood community.
and Ms. Morris, do you have cross estimates for those 3 witnesses?
Yes, I can give you cross estimates. For Mr. Tomlin, I think half an hour. For Miss Swanson, probably no more than an hour. For Center, probably 40 minutes, and Cooley, probably an hour. And then in terms of the other hood witnesses, probably as a panel, no more than an hour and a half. And I think we also have the modeling discussion, and I wanted to confirm, is that at 10 a.m. or first thing at 9? And my apologies for being confused about that.
I think I had said 9. One of my questions for you, Ms. Morris, I think it can be at your prerogative, is should we ask for Mr. Salter to come back first thing so we can finish? I know it's a little, I know we're taking 3 days off anyway in the middle, so it may not matter.
It doesn't matter to me.
Then I'd be inclined to start with the modeling discussion first thing in the morning. My plan is that would not, hopefully less, but not go on more than an hour, certainly. Not, it's easy for me to say as a non-technical person, but that's the intent there. So I think my follow-up question for you, Mr. Brodsky, is it looks, given the Friends of the River witnesses and the fact that we have Mr. Tomlin, your other panel may be bumped to another day, depending on how we want to do this. So what, on the 28th or 29th?
Okay, let's take a look.
We have, just so that we know, the schedule does have the morning of the 28th for Hood, but recall that the DTEC subpoenas and agreement, I believe that on the 28th, we have those witnesses scheduled to begin. And they're only available that day, and some of them are leaving out of town, I believe.
Yeah.
Immediately after, like for long vacations.
Oh. We may need to use our November 17th, is what this is starting to look like.
Oh my goodness.
That's why I would encourage all of us to be efficient. We can do if we can do our best, you may consider, Mr. Brodsky, whether you'd be willing to break up your panel, because it may be that we get to your panel on Monday, but not.
So So you maybe push Mr.
Well-
Tomlin out, and if we're gonna push anybody out, let the panel go before him? Because they can go in the morning as far as I know.
Well, but we have the Friends of the River
Yeah,
witnesses.
right, okay.
Which sounds like it will be substantial. The total cost for those witnesses is estimated at about 2 hours and 40 minutes. So,
Well, Mr. Tomlin might be the easiest one to,
Move out.
if it's not Monday or Tuesday, then how far out would we be going?
well, we also have Wednesday.
And Wednesday. Okay, so Monday, Tuesday.
So I think the plan will be to tentatively defer Mr. Tomlin until
Defer
later.
Tomlin. Okay, so he's on standby, and then Mr. Salter and the Hood panel will be available for Monday, or?
Yes,
Okay.
please. And I think I'd like to return to Mr. Salter
Right.
in the, I suppose we could do it either right after the modeler conference, or we could do it after the Friends of the River witnesses, which would put us in the afternoon. Do you have a preference, Mr. Brodsky?
Not really. I could confer with Mr. Salter, but I do think we should have Mr. Salter go before the other three Hood witnesses, since
Okay.
he's started and he's already midstream.
Yes.
Finish him up.
Ms. Morris, do you have a thought on this?
Prefer to finish with Mr. Salter before we go to the Friends of the River.
Yeah.
But I do think it's fair for Mr. Brodsky to assume, and you can correct me, that based on the schedule, we won't get to the Hood panel until the afternoon at the earliest.
Yeah,
So should I tell them that they won't be
Yes.
in the morning on? Okay,
you may tell them that.
okay.
I will. Good. So here's the plan for Monday. We will start with the modeler conference. We will then go to Mr. Salter in the morning, and then we'll move to the Friends of the River witnesses. And
Okay.
then at the earliest, we would get to your other panel witnesses, Mr. Brodsky, in the afternoon.
PM. So I think I'm guessing where we're gonna probably end up is that the panel of three will be pushed to Tuesday if we don't want to stop them midway, but I'll make them available and we'll see how it goes.
I think, yeah, and we can, once we start pushing to Tuesday, I would be inclined to get started on that panel and get as far as we can.
Okay, but it's always a solid cutoff at 5, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We turn into a pumpkin at 5.
Okay.
And just, sorry, hearing Officer Kinsey, I just do want to reiterate that panel, the DTEC wants to call, and that we intend to cross based on, since we don't actually know what they're going to ask very much, that panel needs to wrap up on the 28th, because those.
Understood. We'll prioritize that because of the agreements. Yeah, I understand that. We'll see where we are. Is there anything else? And thank you for your patience, Mr. Salter, and thank you for joining us on Monday. Is there anything else we can and should address now before we break for our Friday and our weekend?
Weekend sounds good to me.
When should I plan to join you again on Monday? What time?
We have another discussion, a procedural discussion we're having starting at 9 o'clock. I don't know how long that will go. It could be as short as, one might hope, it could be as short as 20 minutes. It could be an hour. But you might monitor us by YouTube if you don't want to join in, and you'll see where we are.
So the
Very good.
modeling panel will be an hour, so I mean,
I
It
don't
won't
know
be
that it'll be a
before-
maximum of an hour. It's a discussion. So it's
I
a
see.
technical back and forth. It's not testimony. I don't know how long it will take exactly. I'm hoping it will be efficient and quite short.
Okay.
One
Well,
can
I'll
imagine.
figure it out with Mr. Salter, and I'll monitor and have a way to get a hold of him, and we'll make it work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Then with that, thank you, all of you today for your patience, and I will see you on Monday morning starting at 9 a.m. and we are adjourned.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.